Chapter 2436. What? Everyone screamed. They couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of them, especially the powerhouses of the fire tribe. They were collectively dumbfounded. One must know that Yi Shiwen was a weakling that they could easily kill. How could he suddenly become so strong? They had checked the realms of these people before to prevent any uncontrollable people from appearing. They were sure that their strength was only at the eternal realm. Yi Shiwen was considered strong at that time, but he was only at the peak of the eternal realm. They were confident that they could suppress all the situations, so they didn't kill them. Who would have thought that it would turn into such a terrifying situation all of a sudden? This Yi Shiwen suddenly became an undead realm expert. It was nothing much to become an undead realm expert, but to be able to blow up 3 powerful experts of the late stage of undead realm at once, this was really beyond all their understanding. In their understanding, there should not be such an abnormal existence, but Yi Shiwen did it. Could it be that the person who was crossing the heavenly retribution just now was this person? Someone exclaimed aloud. He suddenly thought of why Yi Shiwen suddenly became an eternal realm from the eternal realm. Could it be that the terrifying monster who was crossing the heavenly retribution in the Thunder Lake was this Yi Shiwen? Everyone suddenly reacted. No wonder Yi Shiwen was so terrifying. From the situation of crossing the heavenly retribution just now, he was definitely a hidden monster, a monster who could kill everyone. Such strength was simply shocking. Even the young Fire Emperor of the Fire Tribe didn't have such terrifying strength. At most, they were on par with each other. Now, even the powerhouses of the Fire Tribe didn't dare to believe it. The shock that Yi Shiwen gave them was too strong. Needless to say, the position of the young Fire Emperor in the Fire Tribe was naturally a seed that they had cultivated with all their efforts. He was also the hope of the future prosperity of the Fire Tribe. In their hearts, there had always been no one who could be compared with the young Fire Emperor. Now they actually had such a thought. One could imagine how much shock Yi Shiwen gave them. Yi Shiwen was indeed a monster. How could they provoke such a monster? At this time, they finally realized that Yi Shiwen didn't resist before, not because he wasn't their match, but because he was afraid of the middle-aged deity of the Fire Tribe. Otherwise, he would have already started a massacre. The powerhouses of the Fire Tribe were about to go crazy. They wanted to cry. Why did he have to pretend to be a pig with such a powerful strength? If Yi Shiwen had shown such a combat power earlier, they wouldn't have dared to force him. Didn't they see that all the people who were caught were just in the longevity realm for the sake of insurance? They had already been careful enough. But who would have thought that there was still such a monster hidden among them? Moreover, it had unimaginably terrifying strength. Kill. Let's fight it out with him. I don't believe that we can't kill him with so many of us. Someone roared. At this time, the experts of the Fire Tribe reacted one after another. It was too late for them to escape. Unless the chief who went and came out at this time, they could only fight to the death. At that time, it was obvious that the middle-aged deity of the Fire Tribe would not come out. They had already secretly sent out a talisman to ask for help, but it was of no use at all. There was no movement at all. Many people even began to despair. Did God really want to destroy them? Damn it! You have to think about it. You are going against the Fire Tribe. You will have a hard time in the ancestral land in the future. A powerhouse of the Fire Tribe couldn't help but roar. He hoped that the name of the Fire Tribe could scare Yi Shiwen. Humph! Scare me? You are still far from it. Do you think that the Fire Tribe will let it go if I let you go? Yi Shiwen sneered and said. The people of the Fire Tribe were also somewhat sad. Indeed, so many deities had died. If they had died in the secret territory, it would have been fine. However, they had died in the hands of outsiders. Judging from the hostility of the Fire Tribe towards outsiders, it was absolutely impossible for them to let it go. Fight with him. Even if we die, we can't lose the face of the Fire Tribe. Someone roared in grief and indignation. As the deities of the Fire Tribe, Their strength was very formidable. They were respected wherever they went. When did they become so aggrieved? They couldn't even scare Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't seem to want to give them a way out. A group of powerhouses of the fire tribe swarmed towards Yi Shiwen. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill Yi Shiwen. Each of their attacks were very fierce and powerful. However, what made them terrified was that their attacks didn't pose any threat to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't even put up any defense. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't affect him in the slightest. Yi Shiwen was just minding his own business. It seemed as if these attacks were like a cool breeze brushing against his face. He swung his fist, and a god exploded high up in the air. It turned into a rain of flesh and blood in the sky. At this time, all of their resistance became meaningless in the hands of Yi Shiwen. Who is this? There is such a tyrannical existence among the outsiders. Why haven't we heard of it? The captured masters were completely frightened when they saw the scene, although they were not on the same side as the fire tribe, but who knew whether Yi Shiwen would kill them or not. After all, it was not a simple matter to offend the fire tribe, and it was very likely that they would be chased to the ends of the earth, and there would be no way out for them to escape to heaven or to enter into the earth. They were also on guard. They looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of vigilance. However, they didn't dare to take the initiative to attack him. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be killed on the spot by Yi Shiwen. They only watched Yi Shiwen attack with all his strength without any scruples. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, setting off a bloody massacre. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! An Eternal Realm Master was pierced by his hand on the spot and directly grabbed to death. Walala! Under his control, thunder fell like a rainstorm. Many Immortal Realm Masters couldn't bear it and directly died. They were no match for Yi Shiwen. Puff! 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 From time to time, screams and the sound of flesh exploding could be heard. In a short period of time, this extremely powerful team of the fire tribe had been beheaded by Yi Shiwen. The scene was a mess. The blood of the gods was flowing everywhere. It almost formed a river. A drop of the god's blood could turn into a sea, let alone so many. However, Yi Shiwen's reaction was also fast. He directly used Tianyuan Mirror to sweep out a burst of bloodlight and swept it into Tianyuan Mirror. He swallowed it and turned it into nourishment for his evolution. Congratulations, fellow Taoist! At this time, some of the captured people came forward and said. However, they were very cautious. They were afraid that Yi Shiwen would start a massacre. Yi Shiwen didn't go on a killing spree as they had initially thought. After all, he had already done it. So, there was nothing to be afraid of. He wasn't a homicidal maniac. So, he wouldn't kill all the unrelated people in order to keep a secret. He had also regarded this matter as a kind of training, even if the people of the fire tribe really came to find him. So what? You should go quickly. Don't get caught again, Yi Shiwen said faintly. They were stunned for a moment. It seemed that they hadn't reacted yet. Yi Shiwen let them go so easily. Then, as if they had been pardoned, they thanked Yi Shiwen and quickly left. After watching these people leave, Yi Shiwen's gaze directly pierced through the endless thunder rain and looked towards a palace in the center of the thunder liquid lake. What exactly was inside that palace that could attract a master of the undead realm to come here? Thinking of this, he immediately took a step forward, and his whole body turned into a ball of lightning that shuttled through the thunderstorm. The thunderstorm was originally extremely dangerous to him, but at this moment, even if it struck his body, it would still be a great tonic. He almost rushed to the door of the palace in a flash. Compared to the embarrassing situation of the middle-aged god of the fire tribe, it was not worth mentioning. Yi Shiwen had just arrived at the entrance of the palace when he suddenly heard loud sounds of fighting erupting. However, thunder and rain were everywhere, so the sounds of fighting were covered up. The experts of the fire tribe on the shore simply didn't hear the sounds of fighting. In other words, the people inside the palace shouldn't know that Yi Shiwen was killing people outside. He carefully held his breath and wanted to hide in the subspace, but found that there was no way at all. It seemed that someone had used great magic power to deal with it. He could only enter with his real body. However, with his current skill and speed, it was difficult for others to find him. As he went deeper, he could see that from time to time there were corpses of thunder attribute fierce beasts crawling on the ground. They were all killed by a palm. The law of fire attribute was still lingering on them. It was burning with eternal immortal fire. Yi Shiwen immediately judged that it should be killed by the middle-aged god of the fire tribe. When he passed through the winding passage and came to the central hall of the palace, he found the source of the fighting sound. Sure enough, among the two sides fighting, there was the middle-aged god of the fire tribe. He was extremely powerful. He wore animal skin, and the divine bow in his hand constantly shot out bone arrows, smashing the void and shooting through everything. In front of him was a ferocious beast that was about 30 feet tall. Although it wasn't very tall, its ferocious aura covered the sky. Its azure figure was constantly flashing, roaring as it released beams of thunderbolts. The thunderbolts bombarded the middle-aged deity of the fire tribe with earth-shattering force. Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption and saw clearly what the blue figure was. It turned out to be a Thunder Kylin. Chapter 2437. Yi Shiwen was taken aback. He had seen many famous, ancient, ominous beasts. He had even seen Kuin-Pong and subdued it. However, he was still taken aback at this time. After the first heaven-defying war, not only did the dragon race and the phoenix race retreat, but the Qilin race also did the same. They had also suffered a great loss of strength. In the first heaven-defying war, the three races were the absolute main forces. They had not recovered their lost strength until now. It was completely different from the time when they claimed to rule over the heavens. Because the Qilin clan had retired, many people might not have seen the Qilin clan again. The Qilin clan that was circulating in the world were mostly subspecies. Most of them were Qilin beasts. Although they were very powerful, they couldn't be compared with the real Qilin. Moreover, the Qilin clan had the most earth attribute. This was also the foundation of their foothold. It was just like how the dragon race was mainly of the water attribute, but there were also many other types of dragons. The phoenix race was the same. They used the fire attribute Nan mainly fire as their foundation, but there were also extremely different branches like the ice phoenix. In the Qilin race, most of them cultivated earth attribute abilities. Fire Qilins, water Qilins, and the like could only be considered the minority among the minority. As for lightning Qilins, they were extremely rare. In fact, many members of the Qilin race had never seen a lightning Qilin before. In the long history, Thunder Qilin had only appeared a few times. However, they were extremely powerful existences every time. One could imagine how rare a Thunder Qilin was. Yi Shiwen hadn't expected to see a Thunder Qilin here. Even many experienced and knowledgeable old deities hadn't seen the existence of a Thunder Qilin. At this time, the one fighting against the Thunder Qilin was the leader of the Fire Tribe. The strength of both of them was extraordinary. Their moves were simple and sharp. They weren't complicated at all. However, every move was a killing move. It was very terrifying. This was the strength of the peak of the undead realm. The battle between both sides had entered a white-hot stage. However, the middle-aged man of the Fire Tribe was completely at a disadvantage. He was firmly suppressed by the Thunder Qilin. Originally, the Qilin clan was favored by the heavens. Their strength was tyrannical. Human powerhouses of the same level couldn't be compared with them. Moreover, the Thunder Qilin was a minority among the minority. It was a terrifying existence that combined attack, defense, and speed. The Thunder Kylin's speed had reached the pinnacle. Yi Shiwen could only see the Thunder Kylin's movements clearly after he had opened his eyes of redemption. The Thunder Kylin's movements were very fast. Moreover, the Thunder Kylin's body was faintly covered with the power of thunder. It had formed a layer of armor. The Fire Tribe's chief was being suppressed, but it wasn't as if he didn't have the power to fight back. He would shoot an arrow at the Thunder Kylan from time to time. It might be fatal for others, but it couldn't even break the Thunder Kylan's defense. Even Yi Shiwen was shocked by this. If this Thunder Kylan was placed in the outside world, it would definitely be a supreme existence at the peak of the eternal realm. Unless it was a divine master expert, otherwise, who could be a match for it? However, Yi Shiwen discovered that although the battle between the two of them was like an antelope's horn hanging on an antelope's horn and couldn't be traced, but in fact they were revolving around the same area, the Thunder Qilin had the complete upper hand, suppressing the Fire Tribe leader to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. However, the Thunder Qilin was always within a certain range and didn't attack. On the other side, the powerhouse of the Fire Tribe was suppressed to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. However, he still didn't give up and refused to retreat. The direction in which he was rushing was also within the range of the Thunder Kylan's activities. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and looked at the range of the Thunder Kylan's activities. He suddenly saw that it was a high platform, and a thunder talisman was floating above the high platform. It was permeating with the boundless power of thunder. Even though Yi Shiwen was a powerhouse who had already reached the pinnacle of thunder magic power, he still felt a chill when he saw that thunder talisman. When he probed it with his divine sense, it was immediately destroyed. In that instant, it was as if an incomparably powerful Thunder Emperor had been resurrected, and it was destroying everything. This is a treasure! Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. This feeling almost reminded him of the feeling he had when he had seized the Sovereign Lord's talisman. The Sovereign Lord's talisman was also like this, but it was more powerful and more profound than this talisman. However, for Yi Shiwen, it was tyrannical and boundless. Damned human, you dare to covet the talisman? You're courting death. The Thunder Kylan spoke in human language and angrily said, it was obvious that the Fire Tribe's chief had been incessantly attacking it. However, the Fire Tribe's powerhouse continued to attack. Blood was constantly dripping from his body. He had been injured while fighting with the Thunder Kylan. Many wounds on his body could be seen, and some were so deep that even his bones could be seen. Yi Shiwen didn't know what kind of obsession made him refuse to give up even in death. Yi Shiwen knew that the Fire Tribe's powerhouse wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If this continued, he would be killed by this Thunder Kylan. If he didn't go down, he would escape. Yi Shiwen was also eyeing that talisman covetously. So, he must snatch that talisman before the Fire Tribe's powerhouse completely gave up. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and directly flew out like an arrow. Shwa! His whole body flew out in an instant, and this completely alarmed both sides. Yi Shiwen had used the restraining breath technique to successfully conceal his aura. Moreover, both sides are fighting, so their vigilance was much lower. So, they hadn't discovered Yi Shiwen. However, when Yi Shiwen jumped out, they immediately discovered him. Roar! The first one to discover him was the Thunder Kylan. He was completely angry. He hadn't even dealt with a human just now, and now another one suddenly appeared. This made him extremely angry. Nobody dared to covet his talisman. It's you! The leader of the Fire Tribe also reacted at once. He recognized Yi Shiwen because he was the one who had personally captured Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he was the one who had personally appointed Yi Shiwen to die. He thought that Yi Shiwen was already dead, so he didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would actually appear at this time? Damn it! The Fire Tribe's leader suddenly became angry. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He held the longbow in his hand and directly shot an arrow towards Yi Shiwen. It's this trick again. Although the Fire Tribe's leader was injured, the power of this arrow didn't reduce much. Yi Shiwen was most afraid of this before, but now it was different. The middle-aged Fire Tribe's leader was injured, and his strength had declined. However, Yi Shiwen had been reborn. Shwa! He directly took a step forward and dodged the arrow. How is this possible? The fire tribe's leader's eyes widened. He never thought that Yi Shiwen would actually dodge this arrow. He thought that he could easily kill Yi Shiwen, but he never thought that everything was out of his original expectations. Yi Shiwen was still moving forward. He turned into a group of lightning and madly rushed towards the Thunder Talisman. Roar, damn it! The Thunder Kylan roared and shot out a thunderbolt. The destructive fluctuations were compressed in this palace, but the power was still amazing. The speed of this Thunder Kylan was much faster than the Fire Tribe's leader, and its strength was also stronger. Yi Shiwen had no time to dodge, so he could only counterattack with a punch. Boom! Similarly, the power of thunder swept out, and both sides fiercely collided with each other, directly forming a huge explosion. The shock wave generated by the explosion directly blasted Yi Shiwen out, and the direction in which he was blasted out was the talisman. Roar, stop! The Thunder Kylan roared and said. Seeing that the treasure was about to fall into Yi Shiwen's hands, he was completely unable to calm down. The Fire Tribe's leader also abandoned the previous enmity and took the lead to shoot an arrow towards Yi Shiwen, piercing through the void, wanting to nail him to death on the spot. Even if he couldn't get it, how could he let others take advantage of this loophole? Otherwise, he would really go crazy. Bang! The bone arrow directly hit Yi Shiwen, but it didn't manage to do anything to him. It was directly blocked by Tianyuan Mirror, and the formidable power directly made Tianyuan Mirror tremble. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying the might of a peak, imperishable realm expert was when he attacked in anger. Yi Shiwen once again borrowed the force and instantly flew to the side of the Thunder Talisman and directly grabbed it with his hand. Walala! The moment Yi Shiwen touched the Thunder Talisman, endless thunder bombarded down, covering everything. Humph, human! Do you think it's so easy to get the recognition of the Thunder Emperor Talisman? The Thunder Kylan coldly snorted and said. But then, a scene that surprised both sides happened. Those thunderbolts that could completely destroy the Eternal Realm Masters were actually completely absorbed by Yi Shiwen, completely unable to do anything to him. How is this possible? Even I can't withstand the power of this thunderbolt. How can he withstand it? The Thunder Kylan couldn't believe it because he was the guardian of the Thunder Talisman, so he was the most aware of how dangerous this Thunder Talisman was. As a result, he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would directly swallow the power of these thunderbolts. Even a creature born from the thunderbolts couldn't withstand it, so how could this guy withstand it? Yi Shiwen grinned. His skin was dark because of the electric shock. However, it soon fell off, revealing new skin. The power of these thunderbolts was really terrifying. A mere thunder attribute doppelganger wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, he had the tyrant body. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that this Thunder Talisman was extraordinary. He had obtained many Thunder Talismans, but none of them could be compared to this one. He didn't hesitate and flew out like an arrow, his whole body forced out like a lightning bolt. You want to leave? Leave me the Thunder Talisman. The Thunder Kylan roared, and a shocking thunder energy was brewing in its mouth, and then it directly sprayed out. Chapter 2438. Terrifying waves condensed behind him and shot out in an instant, piercing through the void with a terrifying, penetrative force. However, Yi Shiwen was already prepared. His figure flickered and barely avoided the terrifying attack of the Thunder Kylan. Boom! The power of the thunder blasted directly on the main hall. This extraordinary palace was actually shaken by the explosion. This attack was truly terrifying. Yi Shiwen also knew his own limits. He might be able to fight against the powerhouse of the Fire Tribe for a while without being defeated, but so far his combat power was too far away from that Thunder Kylan. Although he had not reached that realm, he could also feel that there were not many people in this realm who could compete with this Thunder Kylan. Ao Chaozong might have the strength to do so, and he might be able to compete with it if he advanced a step further. However, he was still a little lacking now. This Thunder Kylan was extremely talented. Even if his current physical body had been transformed into a Thunder attribute Dharma body, he would still be seriously injured if he were to take a shot. This attack was too terrifying. On the other side, the chief of the fire tribe drew his divine bow and shot a 7-star linked arrow at Yishiwen, completely blocking all directions of escape for Yishiwen. The 7-star linked arrow was extremely fast. Sometimes they overlapped, and sometimes they separated. This attack was extremely powerful. It could almost be said to be a hidden killer move. They did not even use it on the Thunder Kylan, but used it on Yishiwen. Yishiwen did not stop for a moment. He took a step forward, and suddenly a roulette rose behind him to protect him. Boom! 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 A series of violent collisions and terrifying ripples spread out, but there was no way to do anything to Yishiwen. It could not even stop him for a little bit. What kind of instrument is that? The chief of the fire tribe looked at this scene, a little dumbfounded. He had seen a lot of things in his life, but he had never seen such a powerful instrument. He could not imagine that it could take on his 7-star linked arrow head-on, and it was not damaged at all. "Stay here, you damned human!" The Thunder Kylan roared and chased after him. Its movement technique was very strange, and it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it flashed out of the main hall and directly chased after Yishiwen. Roar! Yishiwen let out a long roar and turned around at this critical moment. The 10,000 law wheel that had been tricking him suddenly erupted with a shocking, imposing aura. It was like a millstone that could destroy the heavens. It directly covered the fire tribe's chief and chased after him. The leader of the fire tribe was the closest to Yishiwen, so he was also the most anxious. Because he was too close, he almost caught up to Yishiwen, so he couldn't react in time and was directly hit by the 10,000 method roulette. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body almost collapsed. The 10,000 law roulette was a terrifying divine tool. Even if he couldn't completely control it, it was still powerful enough to seriously injure an Eternal Realm expert. He was like a cannonball as he flew towards the Thunder Kylan. Not good. The expert of the fire tribe glared at Yishiwen and roared in anger. He was on the verge of going crazy. He suddenly realized that he had become a sacrifice. He had been thrown out by Yishiwen to block the Thunder Kylan. "Those who block me shall die." The Thunder Kylan let out a deep roar and opened its bloody mouth. It roared at the fire tribe's chief and bit off his head. The endless power of thunder wreaked havoc on his body, destroying his last trace of vitality and thoroughly biting him to death. Originally, it wouldn't have been easy for the Thunder Kylan to get rid of him. He also had his own trump cards, but he was seriously injured by Yishiwen and was unprecedentedly weak. Moreover, the Thunder Kylan's strength was terrifying. It only took one bite for the Thunder Kylan to swallow him to death. Damn, it's really ferocious. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Yishiwen to escape far away. In just an instant, he had already arrived outside the palace. However, his divine sense was still paying attention to the changes inside. He watched helplessly as the Thunder Kylan swallowed the fire tribe's expert. These ancient beasts were really tyrannical and terrifying. But at this time, he didn't have the time to think about other things. His current state wasn't good. He didn't have enough magic power, and he hadn't fully comprehended the 10,000 spell roulette. He had just forcibly activated the 10,000 spell roulette. The first attack protected him, and the second attack heavily injured the fire tribe's expert. These two attacks had already exhausted his magic power. With his current magic power, if a god of the same realm knew about it, he would probably kneel down. But he was still far from being able to control the 10,000 spell roulette. He could only forcibly control it. Therefore, although the 10,000 spell roulette was powerful, it could only be used as a trump card. It couldn't be used at any time. Moreover, if the fire tribe's expert hadn't been too close and couldn't dodge, the effect wouldn't have been so good. It could actually directly injure him. But even so, this was indeed his strongest move. It was a move that could decide the outcome of the battle. While escaping, he operated the Phoenix regeneration technique and quickly repaired himself. In his body, there were stars and universes being born and destroyed. This was him burning his magic power. He didn't dare to stop, so he also burned his magic power. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the main hall, and the Thunder Kirin was constantly roaring behind him, closely following him. The Thunder Kirin's martial power was terrifying, and its agility was also extremely fast, unexpectedly not any slower than Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen hadn't taken the initiative, he would have already been caught by now. Bastard! Thunder Kirin was flustered and exasperated. He had gone completely crazy. All his efforts over the past tens of thousands of years were in vain. The fortuitous encounter that belonged to him was taken away by Yi Shiwen. He was going crazy. Then he discovered that the crossing tribulation divine lotus that was originally planted in the Thunder Lake was gone. He immediately knew where it went. Other than being swallowed by Yi Shiwen, what other explanation could there be? Puff! He directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. No wonder Yi Shiwen could withstand the terrifying thunder of the Thunder Talisman. He could only touch it little by little and analyze it bit by bit. This was the foundation of his hope to achieve the Tao in the future. Now it had been completely destroyed. He was not the original master of this hall. Due to a coincidence, he came here and saw the crossing tribulation divine lotus that was already tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the crossing tribulation divine lotus was still small. He didn't rush to swallow it. He planned to grow it bit by bit. In the future, when the crossing tribulation divine lotus grew to the scale of 1,000,000 years, he would swallow it. At that time, he would have a meteoric rise and achieve unparalleled power. Although it was a bit long for the gods, 1,000,000 years was not too long to wait. Who would have thought that after only tens of thousands of years, there would be an accident and it would be swallowed by this human? In addition, the Thunder Talisman was also taken away. His tens of thousands of years of effort had been wasted. Thinking of this, he almost fainted. It was really a bad time. Roar! He looked up to the sky and roared. His roar was full of sorrow. He hated Yi Shiwen to the core. He must kill Yi Shiwen willingly. Then he saw something that made him want to vomit blood. He saw that the damn human actually took out a magic tool and took away more than half of the thunder liquid in the lake. At this time, he didn't have time to think about what kind of magic tool was so terrifying that it could take away the thunder liquid. One must know that even he couldn't do such a thing. Otherwise, how could he leave it behind and let Yi Shiwen take advantage of it? He must have planted it in his own spatial magic tool. Puff! He once again spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was going to risk his life. He was infuriated by Yi Shiwen. The divine blood he spurted out began to burn. In an instant, his speed increased a lot. All of a sudden, he rushed out like a meteorite and fiercely hit Yi Shiwen's body. How terrifying was the physical body of a Thunder Qilin at the peak of the undead realm. If a world was hit like this, it would instantly be torn apart. It was impossible for it to be intact. Although Yi Shiwen had the protection of the 10,000 spell roulette, he was hit directly. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. His body almost exploded. Blood spurted out from all over his body like a fountain. This was a terrifying scene. Blood splattered everywhere, and bone fragments swirled in the air. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and unfolded the light wings on his back. He escaped at an even faster speed. As if he was shuttling through the void, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Ah! Roar! The Thunder Qilin was so angry that he directly rushed out. His divine senses instantly swept out and locked the entire space. He immediately saw the people who were captured by the Fire Tribe. These people had not left yet, or rather, they had not gone far. After all, although Yi Shiwen had gone in for a long time, it was actually only a short time. In addition, they were somewhat greedy in their hearts. They also wanted to see what benefits they could get. At least in their opinion, Yi Shiwen was not a person who would casually kill, so they could give it a try. Who knew that they would be locked by the Thunder Qilin now? One by one, they felt a monstrous might sweeping down and locking onto them. Before they could even react, they were swallowed by the Lightning Qilin in a single gulp. The Thunder Qilin's speed was really too fast. They didn't have any time to react and were swallowed in an instant. They died without a burial place and became the Thunder Qilin's stomach. However, the enraged Thunder Qilin was still not appeased. Its silhouette disappeared into thin air and started a massacre in the surroundings. Countless divine fire beasts were bitten to death by the Thunder Qilin. But this was just the beginning. More and more people received the news of the birth of the Thunder Qilin and rushed to the scene. Another massacre. Chapter 2439. Yi Shiwen only focused on flying forward. He shuttled through time and space all the way. He didn't even notice where he was flying to. His body was on the verge of breaking apart. If one were to look carefully at this time, one would see that the surface of his skin was full of dense cracks. It seemed as if it would crack at any time. After a long time, when he sensed that the Thunder Kirin wasn't chasing after him, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. God's blood continued to drip down. That Thunder Kirin was too terrifying. In the Woodwood realm, unless there was an old monster living in it, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent. The current him was definitely not a match for him. He sighed. He had just broken through, yet he had already encountered such a huge battle and was heavily injured. He had not even had the time to completely consolidate his foundation, yet he felt like he was about to fall by a realm. Right now, he needed to spend some time to consolidate his cultivation. He formed a hand seal and used the earth escape technique. His entire body slowly sank into the ground and entered a state of seclusion. Although it was a little crude, he had no other choice. Unless he could find Qin Lai and the others, there was really no place that could be said to be safe. His drop of God's blood fell on the ground and herbs grew out of it. They had extraordinary medicinal effects. Yi Shiwen's strongest point was his physique. The God's blood contained endless energy, so it naturally had extraordinary effects. It attracted a lot of cultivators, but none of them found Yi Shiwen underground. Yi Shiwen was happy to use the herbs watered by the God's blood as a cover. However, these people didn't have it easy either. Many people fought over it, and blood flowed like a river. More God's blood watered more herbs, all of which had extraordinary effects. Although they were still young, they were already quite extraordinary. They could be harvested directly and slowly cultivated. Because of the continuous flow of cultivators, including the natives of the Woodwood realm and the foreign experts, they brought a lot of news, so Yi Shiwen was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Yi Shiwen didn't care about most of the news, but there was some news that caught his attention. Did you hear? That Thunder Qilin committed another sin. He directly swallowed an eternal realm god. Everyone joined forces, but they couldn't stop him at all. Heavens! This is indeed worthy of being an unrivaled vicious beast. Since ancient times, this race has always been an invincible existence. Every time they come out, they'll set off an endless storm. Some people want to tame the Thunder Kirin as a mount, but they should take a look at their own capabilities first. Just anyone would dare to cause trouble for the Thunder Kirin. After Yi Shiwen robbed the Thunder Qilin of its fortune, it was enraged. It left the palace and went on a killing spree in the Woodwood realm. It was said that it attracted the attention of some powerful old antiques in the Woodwood realm and scared it away. Although there were battles and killings in the Swaywood realm, as one of the ancient sacred lands of the human race, how could there not be any ancient existences? Many ancient existences could be traced back to the era of the Saint Emperor. It was truly frightening. These old monsters, usually cultivated in the Swaywood realm, they were all living beings born from the divine fire of the Swaywood. They were like the children of the Swaywood realm. Therefore, it was very beneficial for them to cultivate in the Swaywood realm. Most of these old monsters used to travel with the human experts in the wood realm. They were different from those muddle-headed wood realm creatures in the wood realm. They had a good relationship with the human race. Therefore, they would secretly take care of the human experts who came to the wood realm. However, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't come out easily. Before the human experts came to the wood realm, they were warned by their elders that some people and some races were not to be messed with in the wood realm. But under normal circumstances, if one died in the wood realm, it wouldn't be considered as wood realm. However, in their eyes, there was a limit to everything. An outsider who didn't belong to the ancestral land had started a massacre here. This was simply a slap to their faces. Thus, some of the old monsters couldn't sit still and directly came out to scare the Thunder Cheelin away. According to them, the heavens were benevolent, and such a strange beast should be spared. Of course, there were also people who said that the Thunder Cheelin was too fast, and its movements were astonishing. It had been able to easily escape from the hands of a sage, plain, divine lord. Yi Shiwen also knew that the Thunder Kirin was probably waiting for the heavenly fire fruit to ripen so that it could harvest the fruit. But obviously this plan didn't work. It wouldn't be a big deal if it took the fruit in the chaos. But his slaughter had already aroused public anger. Whether it was the outsiders or the natives of the wood realm, they all wanted to kill him. It would be difficult for him to have the chance to do so. But this news made him vigilant. To be able to escape from a divine master, such strength was really shocking. Yi Shiwen couldn't be sure if the Thunder Kirin had escaped. If he did, it would be a big problem. Other than the news of the Thunder Cheelin, there was also news of the great battles between the heavens chosen. In the Woodsway realm, there were many tempting encounters that even the world-famous figures participated in the battles. In fact, only these few people participated in the ripening of the heavenly fire fruits. The others were just there to pick up the leftovers and see if there were any other encounters. The first news that came was about Sui Ching, the legendary figure of the Swerin clan's branch. It is said that Sui Ching obtained the fire seed of the Sui wood in a secret realm. The Sui clan is fated with the Sui wood, and their cultivation technique is also related to the Sui wood. However, only a few people had the chance to obtain the fire seed of the Sui wood. The first person to obtain the fire seed was the Sui sovereign, and he was the first to achieve the Tao after many years. His name was unparalleled, and although the few that came after him were not as powerful as the Sui sovereign, they were all titled king realm experts. This time, the young Fire Emperor must be furious. The main reason why the young Fire Emperor came out and entered the wood realm was to find the fire seed of the wood. He wanted to ignite the godly fire and light up the divine kingdom. By then, his future would be limitless. He is also a peerless figure who cultivates fire attribute, cultivation techniques, and skills. He and Sui Ching have always been at loggerheads. Although they have never fought each other directly, they have fought a few times through the void. Now that Sui Ching beat him to it, how could he not be furious? Both sides are really similar. The Fire tribe is unparalleled, a titled king tribe. Although Sui Ching is from the Swerin clan, he is only a branch, not the main bloodline. So they are really similar. In addition, both of them are famous for their fire attribute cultivation techniques. I'm afraid that they will become lifelong rivals. Yi Shiwen secretly thought that these people might not leave the ancestral land even once in their lives, and they were not famous in the outside world. However, in fact, their strength could not be underestimated. Their inheritance was long and vast, and their talent was even more frightening. In the outside world, they were also well known. In addition to the young Fire Emperor and Sui Ching, there was also a fire attribute expert who was like a fish in water. That was the expert of the Golden Feather Crow clan. He had just fought with the equally powerful winged serpent some time ago. He had a slight upper hand, mainly because of the suppression of the race. Birds were born to suppress dragons and snakes. The legendary golden-winged rock dared to eat dragons and was unparalleled. For Yi Shiwen, he only occasionally heard about this news. His main experience was still to consolidate his strength. Although his injuries were shocking, he had the Phoenix regeneration technique. It was not a big deal at all. In just a few days, he had completely recovered. However, he had been buried underground for a whole year. During this year, he did not go out. The fundamental reason was that he wanted to take advantage of the situation and directly rush to a higher realm in one go. He directly swallowed the divine elixir that he had obtained. This divine elixir had been locked in Tianyuan Mirror. He did not swallow it because he felt that it was not worth it. The power of this divine elixir was really amazing. He was afraid that during his life he was a great expert who later died in the hands of Dan Emperor. Originally, he wanted to delay it for a while. Maybe he could use it at some time. Of course, the most important thing was to use it during the heavens' retribution of the eternal realm. But now that the heavens' retribution had passed, there was no need to use it at all. He simply swallowed the divine elixir here. If he wanted to go further in a few decades and reach the intermediate stage of the eternal realm, it would be impossible unless he had a series of fortuitous encounters. However, things like fortuitous encounters were really hard to predict. Moreover, they were full of dangers. He could die tragically in a fortuitous encounter at any time. He could not afford to take such a risk now. Swallowing this divine elixir was naturally the safest way. The power of this divine elixir was really amazing. Just by absorbing the external aura of the elixir, coupled with the Phoenix regeneration technique, Yi Shiwen was able to cure the aftereffects of burning his spiritual power. Then the next step was to directly swallow the medicinal efficacies of this divine elixir. In this case, Yi Shiwen's skill could be said to be rising steadily and constantly strengthened. He directly rushed all the way to the peak of the initial stage of the eternal realm. If he practiced normally, he did not know that it would take him decades or hundreds of years or even longer to reach this level. But now he directly rushed to this level without any effort at all. It was no wonder that countless people wanted to get this divine elixir, especially the divine elixir that had confirmed the Tao. It was simply not the same thing as the ordinary, so-called divine elixir. At the same time, he had been continuously refining that lightning talisman for over a year. Although he had only managed to decipher a little, it was enough to make him exclaim in satisfaction. This trip had not been in vain. Even if he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, this trip had not been in vain. In this thunderbolt charm, rather than saying that it was a treasure, it was better to say that it was something like a diary. It was a handwritten letter left by a peerless master. In this handwritten letter, some of the cultivation experiences and insights of this peerless master were recorded. Just these records and the experience of the Tao gave Yi Shiwen a feeling of sudden enlightenment. He was very satisfied and could not stop. Chapter 2440. Many of the records were very incisive. They mainly elaborated on the cultivation of the Thunder Law. However, other martial arts were also involved. Only a few scattered words could make Yi Shiwen feel like he had been enlightened all of a sudden. This showed that the person who left behind this talisman was an extremely tyrannical existence, far beyond Yi Shiwen's imagination. It was very likely that he was a titled king powerhouse. What kind of concept was a titled king powerhouse? In the current era where the emperors were in seclusion, they were the top powerhouses. Since ancient times, there had always been a terrifying legend. It was said that there was a terrifying organization that targeted sovereign kings. Such a rumor had always existed since ancient times. Otherwise, how could it explain the disappearance of so many sovereign kings after ancient times? Now, the major inheritances were controlled by titled king powerhouses. In the past, this was absolutely impossible. They were personally controlled by the emperor-level powerhouses. Even if they were in closed-door training, they could still be remotely controlled. However, they had all disappeared since ancient times. Even the Qin emperor, the only one who had achieved Tao in ancient times, had disappeared a few years after achieving Tao. If this wasn't the case, then what else could cause so many emperor monarchs to disappear one after another? Not to mention those who had fallen in the open. There were also those who had secretly attained the Tao. No one knew just how many of them there were. Since ancient times, a long period of time had passed. Even the ancient Phoenix world's Dragon Island, a peerless influence that had existed since ancient times, had many things that were unclear about the long history. But now the titled king powerhouses were the strongest group of people. They ruled over the heavens and were truly supreme existences. If these were truly the insights and notes left behind by the titled king powerhouses, then their value would be immeasurable. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was going to practice the thunder attribute martial arts, so it would naturally be very beneficial for him. Moreover, there were also several supreme magical cultivation methods that complemented the thunder law. The first was a movement technique called flickering thunder steps. It used the power of the thunder attribute to instantly burst forth with powerful steps. The thunder Kirin from before had used this kind of movement technique. In a short period of time, the explosive speed was almost a level higher than the wings of light, which were similar to the wings of demon. The second method was also a kind of body forging technique. It was to use the power of thunder to temper oneself. Yi Shiwen had also done this in the past. However, he had transformed the energy of thunder into his own energy to nourish his tyrant body at that time. However, this was different. This thunder body would form a layer of thunder armor on the surface of the body. It was somewhat similar to the secret technique of the mysterious world's Thunder Clan. In fact, it might even be related. However, compared to the Thunder Clan's secret technique, this technique, called Thunder Emperor's Clothes, was undoubtedly much more brilliant. Especially if it was combined with Yi Shiwen's tyrant body, he would be invincible, and his body's sharpness would reach a whole new level. The third was an extremely powerful divine ability called the Lightning Emperor Heaven-Piercing Cannon. It was a cannon that could destroy the heavens and the earth and shatter the entire world with boundless might. However, the requirements to cultivate it were also very high. Unless one was an innate thunder creature, it was impossible to cultivate it. If Yi Shiwen had not swallowed the crossing disaster divine lotus, even if he had obtained these 3 divine abilities, he could only watch helplessly. Just these 3 mystical abilities, in addition to the many realizations and experiences that were left behind, were enough to create an unparalleled martial artist. Among them, the imperishable realm and the sage realm had the most records. Even the king-ranked realm was mentioned. It was extremely rare. Therefore, Yi Shiwen guessed that this was probably a place where a powerful expert had once cultivated in seclusion. These were also left behind by him back then. In this 1 year, he had used the mysterious space to analyze these 3 divine abilities and to comprehend some of the great path. In the short span of a year, he had advanced from the early stage of the imperishable realm in one go. Not only had he stabilized his realm, but he had also rushed to the peak of perfection in one go. He was only a step away from the middle stage of the imperishable realm. Apart from relying on the enormous divine power of the divine elixir, the most important thing was to comprehend some of the cultivation experiences left behind by this powerhouse and transform them into his own cultivation comprehension. This year's time was not long, but it could be said that he had gained a lot. On this day, a figure flew indirectly, completely turning a blind eye to the dangerous environment around him. During this period of time, there were many experts who had come to fight for this area, and there were even more who had fallen. These gods' resentment erupted before they died, automatically turning this place into a land of death. Many of the dangerous places in the world were not formed naturally, but were related to many supreme experts. The more tyrannical the person, the more likely it was to create a dangerous place. The more experts died, the more dangerous it was. Yi Shiwen was also happy to have it become his shelter, so he did not take action to expel it. Slowly, the name of this dangerous place spread out. Ordinary undead realm experts could not withstand such a fierce aura. If they stayed for a long time, they might go crazy, not to mention that there were even many remnant souls of gods rampaging in this place. This person directly ignored the dangerous environment and walked straight in without any hesitation. Even the remnant souls of the deities didn't dare to get close to him. They were so scared that they fled far away and hid at the edge of the danger zone. Humph, at least you are sensible. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you. This person coldly said these words. It was a man dressed in a golden robe, and his hair was bright golden. Looking from afar, he looked like a golden god, the ancient sun god, emitting rays of light. This person was the matchless figure of this generation of the Golden Feather Crow clan, Jin Yuan. He was known as the origin of everything, and he was an unfathomable figure. The powerful sun real fire on his body burned everything, and no filth dared to come close to him. Yi Shiwen had seen this kind of fire in the inheritance of the Sun King. It was a very overbearing kind of fire, and it was not inferior to the Nanmingli fire. Jin Yuan's target was the most important sacred medicine that had been watered by many gods' blood. It was precisely the sacred medicine that had been watered by Yi Shiwen. Although the age is not enough, the medicinal effect is unexpectedly strong. If I swallow it, my cultivation will improve again, and this trip will not be in vain. Jin Yuan said to himself. In his opinion, although this place was called a dangerous place, it was nothing for him. It did not matter at all. However, it's a pity that this sacred medicine may not be in your pocket. Two figures broke through the void as soon as his voice fell. They also completely disregarded the dangerous environment here. The powerful aura on their bodies made those gods who had transformed into malicious spirits not dare to approach them. If someone could see them, they would have cried out in alarm. These two people were not ordinary people. They were the Yangtze of the divine domain, Chen Tinkong and Yi Qianqian. Needless to say, Chen Tinkong had become famous a long time ago. Who didn't know the name of the Yangtze of the divine domain? However, Yi Qianqian was relatively unknown in comparison. However, she had become famous during this period of time. Even people in Yi Shiwen's closed-door training had heard about her many times. An extremely famous and powerful person had died tragically at her hands. It was an extremely rare connate fire spirit vine. It was said that although this kind of spirit plant appeared in different eras, its seeds all came from the time when the heavens and earth were created. It was just that these seeds were scattered all over the place and gave birth to life at different times. This connate fire spirit vine, as long as it did not die prematurely, would eventually become an unrivaled expert among the divine masters. Some of them even broke through to the king-ranked realm. It could be said that although there were not many of them, each of them was an unrivaled and powerful race. This connate fire spirit vine had been born in the wood sway realm. It was said that when the heaven fire fruits ripened a few times, people had already seen it appear. Back then, it was already very difficult to deal with, much less now. Almost every time it made a move, it could fend off unrivaled experts from the outside. This time, it had also participated in the fight for the heaven fire fruits. However, while fighting for a mystic realm, it had died at Yi Qianqian's hands. This battle had made Yi Qianqian famous, and her name had spread throughout the wood sway realm. One could imagine that after these people finally left, this name would soon spread throughout the entire ancestral lands. Jin Yuan's face also revealed a hint of fear. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. Both of these people, no matter which one it was, were not easy to deal with. Chen Tinkong, Yi Qianqian, things should always be based on first come, right? I came here first. Jin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke. His golden eyebrows were like two balls of burning flames, and he looked very heroic. First come, first served? Don't you think this reason is very laughable? If we all say first come, first served, how can we compare to the natives here? You are not a child anymore. Don't say such a funny thing. Chun Tinkong laughed mockingly. What do you want? Jin Yuan suppressed his anger. If this had been any other place, he would have attacked long ago. He was also an unrivaled expert. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of fighting two powerful opponents in this complicated and unpredictable environment, he would not have been willing to swallow his anger. Either die or scram. Chun Tinkong lightly said. Jin Yuan trembled with anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Good, good, good. Since you want to die, then come at me together. I'll take you all on. Jin Yuan fiercely said. He had already made up his mind. Even if he could not obtain the panacea, he absolutely could not let anyone else obtain it. He would rather destroy this entire danger zone, or everyone else would not be able to obtain it. He had an unyielding temperament and could not tolerate others being so arrogant towards him. Humph! There is no need for Miss Yi to personally deal with you. I alone will be enough to kill you. Chun Tinkong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This was a horrifying divine light that contained a mysterious, demonic nature. The realm of the gods Yangtze was an illustrious and unparalleled existence. Good! I want to see just how you will kill me. Chun Tinkong, others fear you and give you some leeway, but I, Jin Yuan, do not fear you. Today I will take your head. Jin Yuan's complexion was ashen as he coldly said, Hey, 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 I say, you guys are fighting in someone else's territory. Is this really okay? A lazy voice came from underground. Chapter 2441. Hey, 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 I say, you guys are fighting in someone else's territory. Is this really okay? A lazy voice came from the ground. The three of them immediately became vigilant. It was simply unimaginable for them to be able to get close to the three of them when they were confronting each other. Although the three of them were paying attention to each other, it was also because of this that their vigilance was raised to the limit. Someone actually got close to them unknowingly. How amazing was this? It's you! Yi Qianshan's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. It seemed that something was struggling to come out, but was forcibly suppressed. All of this was seen by Yi Shiwen. He just smiled coldly and said, Sorry, you are all late. This panacea is mine. With that, Yi Shiwen waved his hand, and the panacea directly flew into his hand. There was a feeling of blood connection. This was the panacea watered with his strongest blood. At this time, the three of them also understood that this panacea was really related to him. Otherwise, the panacea would not fly into his hand so easily if it had a spirit. It turns out that you set up an ambush during this period of time and made this place a dangerous place? Jin Yuan said faintly with a rather unfriendly look in his eyes. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I didn't do anything. They were fighting among themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Hand over the panacea or die. Chun Tinkong said in a simple and clear manner. He did not put Yi Shiwen in his eyes at all. He saw through Yi Shiwen's realm. He was just a guy at the initial stage of the eternal realm. As for Yi Shiwen, he must have used some method to conceal his aura. Hence, they did not discover him here. So overbearing, divine Realmine and Yang Gemini. So powerful, but it's a pity. Yi Shiwen said from afar. What's a pity? Chun Tinkong asked with an unfriendly look. It's a pity that you might die here today. I'll give you two choices. Either die or get lost. Yi Shiwen said with a grin. His big, white teeth dazzled people. Good, how dare you? Chun Tinkong was furious. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. It was simply an insult. I'm serious. Think about it, because I really want to kill someone. Yi Shiwen faintly said. His body began to emit a faintly discernible killing intention, and the killing intention gradually became stronger. All right, I'd like to see how much killing intent you have. Chun Tinkong instantly attacked, rushing over without the slightest warning. His figure was as vigorous as a true dragon, and every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. Blazing light illuminated the heavens, the twin suns of the divine realm. Any one of them was a true powerhouse that could roam the world unhindered. His reputation wasn't just for show. He knew that his illustrious reputation was forged through real battles. He was too fast and instantly blocked Yi Shiwen's path. He rushed towards Yi Shiwen, and a kind of invincible aura burst out, and a punch blasted towards Yi Shiwen. This punch contained complicated talismans and great Tao. It had the power to destroy the world, but it didn't spread out. All of it was concentrated in this punch. It didn't seem to be much, but the aura was even more terrifying. The smile on Yi Shiwen's face instantly disappeared. His body erupted with fierce thunder and lightning. Every inch of his body had the power of thunder, and it evolved into the Thunder Talisman. Although he still couldn't fully understand the three great magical powers on the Thunder Talisman, he could already evolve some small magical powers on his own. According to the power of thunder, he could evolve some powerful powers. In an instant, Yi Shiwen also bombarded with a punch. Bang! Both sides erupted with amazing power. There was a terrifying power in the endless rays of light that spurted out. Even the entire dangerous place cracked. Some remnant souls of deities screamed and turned into nothingness. In front of these two people, they were not a match at all. This time, the terrifying collision made everyone present feel as if there was a thunderous sound in their ears. The world was rioting, and the cracks extended from the point of collision. The figures staggered, and the two stood on one side, adjusting their aura. Who is this person? Jin Yuan looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. Chun Tinkong had been famous for many years. Needless to say, he was powerful. Even Jin Yuan didn't dare to attack him casually. But who was this person? He was so terrifying. He looked at Yi Qianqian. From Yi Qianqian's reaction just now, it was clear that she recognized this person. What was even more terrifying was that Chun Tinkong was already in the supreme late stage of Eternal Realm. He was only a step away from entering the peak stage of Eternal Realm and becoming invincible among the Eternal Realm. Even now, some weak peak stage of Eternal Realm experts might not be able to do anything to Chun Tinkong. It was simply unimaginable that this human could be compared with him. Although he knew that this was the ancestral land of the human clan, and that there were many peerless geniuses in the human clan, it should be very normal for anyone to appear here. But this matter still shocked him. What a powerful physical body. Just his physical body alone is enough to resist Chun Tinkong. Jin Yuan murmured to himself. He wasn't joking when he said that he wanted to kill people. He was serious. Humph. Chun Tinkong's face didn't look so good. It was a great shame that he couldn't take down a primary stage of Eternal Realm with one blow. He took a step forward and instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. He was like a supreme monarch who had descended to the world. There was a mysterious rune constantly condensing in his hand, and it condensed into a long sword. His swordsmanship was divine. When the sword intention appeared, the sword chi had already crossed the sky and slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. In an instant, the sword chi reached the sky. The sky and the earth were vast and boundless, and it was full of sword chi. Obviously, it was also a kind of supreme, magical sword technique. Yi Shiwen didn't know who it was. At this moment, every time he raised his hand or raised his foot, there was the might of the brilliant sword heart. His spirit could swallow the mountains and rivers, and he was the only one in the world. His high and mighty posture instantly suppressed Yi Shiwen. In the eyes of others, he had used his full strength and swept away all the monsters. Is this all you've got? Yi Shiwen shouted. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Boundless momentum swept out from his body. It was also a kind of sword technique. He held the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and the vast sword chi ran through it, forming a sword technique domain. In terms of sword technique, he wouldn't lose to anyone, especially after comprehending the sword intent of the Sword of Domination. His understanding of sword technique had also improved crazily. The terrifying sword Qi also swept out, clashing with Chun Tinkong's sword technique. The sword Qi spread out, and Jin Yuan and Yi Qianqian's clothes fluttered. The sword Qi was really too fierce and invincible. Who is that? Why is he fighting in a dangerous place? The battle between the two directly shattered the dangerous place. The rules that formed the dangerous place were all crushed by the sword Qi and couldn't be maintained anymore, revealing their true colors. Many gods noticed the battle here, but at this moment, many gods were completely shocked. Looking from afar, it was two sword Qi storms colliding. Their sword technique domains were devouring each other and colliding directly. Yi Shiwen's sword technique was skillful, and he had a kind of supreme confidence. Bang! A shocking collision, and dense cracks appeared in the void. Even Yi Qianqian and Jin Yuan had to retreat a little to avoid being swept by the aftermath of the battle. Bang! 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 Both of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they exchanged thousands of moves. Many people were stunned. The rules were shattered, and the rules were distorted. Chun Tinkong's expression changed. It seemed that he didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be able to compete with him with sword technique and not be at a disadvantage. The two intertwined. The exchange just now was already shocking enough. Chun Tinkong panted slightly. The exchange just now had consumed a lot of his spiritual power, but Yi Shiwen, who was opposite him, didn't have a red face and his heart didn't palpitate. Obviously, he was far from reaching his limit. His spiritual power reserve was amazing. More importantly, he was just in the initial stage of undead realm. This made Chun Tinkong feel embarrassed. Get lost, Yi Shiwen just said coldly. Today, I'm only looking for Yi Qianqian. Other irrelevant people get lost. Jin Yuan's complexion turned ugly as soon as he heard Yi Shiwen's words. He had been standing on the sidelines since a long time ago. This was the second time today that he had been completely ignored by Yi Shiwen. It was as if he was a nobody on the roadside who could be easily scared away. Let me fight you. I want to see what gives you the confidence to talk like this. Jin Yuan took a step forward, and golden flames burned on his body like a golden coat. He was like an ancient god, solemn and dignified. He also had an invincible power. He was not an unknown small character, but a peerless figure. Bang! With a roar, Jin Yuan instantly attacked. His hands formed a seal, turned into a sun seal, and suppressed towards Yi Shiwen. This was the supreme precious technique of the Golden Feather Crow race. It was said that it was passed down from the Golden Crow race. One of their ancestors had awakened the bloodline of the Golden Crow race, and it contained this supreme magical power. Although it was a flawed magical power and not the complete version, it was already shocking enough. He could also see that Yi Shiwen wasn't someone easy to deal with, and didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he attacked with all his strength, wanting to suppress Yi Shiwen and not give him any chance. Endless true sun fire burned on the sun seal, and it flickered with a kind of glazed color. It was extraordinarily beautiful, but extremely terrifying. In the distance, many gods saw this move, and their expressions changed greatly. Chapter 2442. This cultivation technique was the supreme martial art of the Golden Crow clan that had once dominated the world. This clan had once produced two peerless emperors, and they were even brothers. They were endlessly glorious, and in the legends of the past, they were an invincible clan. It was just that they had disappeared a long time ago, and the ones that were left in the world now were all subspecies. The true Golden Crows were also said to have gone extinct, and there were no longer any pure-blooded Golden Crows. At this moment, this strike had truly verified the invincible legends of the past. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even though they were extremely far away, they could still see those astonishing fluctuations. The extreme Yang seal instantly came crashing down. It was as if an incomparably massive sun had directly descended, crushing everything in its path. Countless, complicated, and mysterious runes manifested at this moment, possessing boundless power. Yi Shiwen did not panic in the face of this astonishing strike. He was extremely calm, except that the killing intent radiating from his body was becoming more and more astonishing. As if he was about to lose control of it, Yi Shiwen pinched a seal with both hands, and it actually transformed into a seal as well. The heaven-flipping seal shook violently in the void, erupting with boundless divine light. Within it, various runes manifested one after another. This was an incomparably terrifying magical power. Yi Shiwen had already accompanied him in battle since he was still young, and had already grown to a rather astonishing level by now. Boom! The two astonishing seals collided violently. Even the skies were about to be overturned, and the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. Boundless power materialized, forming astonishing ripples that swept out. What kind of seal is that? It can actually contend against the extreme Yang seal of the Golden Feather Crow clan without falling behind. Someone exclaimed in the distance. Is he provoking these two peerless figures? He's actually using the martial arts that they're most proficient in to deal with it. Moreover, both of them possess extraordinary strength. It's hard to imagine how he's able to cultivate so many martial arts at the same time. I even saw the flickering of lightning earlier. The heavens and earth darkened with a single strike, as if the heavens and earth were about to sink. A strange look appeared on Jin Yuan's face. He had already known that Yi Shiwen was extremely terrifying when he had been watching from the sidelines. Yi Shiwen had reached such a level in the initial stage of the undead realm. It was almost unprecedented. Jin Yuan didn't have such tyrannical cultivation in the past. However, he realized that he had underestimated Yi Shiwen when they were fighting. Yi Shiwen's cultivation was really amazing. He didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion after 2 consecutive collisions. On the contrary, he was the one who felt a little numb in his arm. Even though the Golden Feather Crow race was not the true Golden Crow, they had inherited the Golden Crow's powerful physique, allowing them to fight true dragons without falling into a disadvantageous position. Yet, with just a single clash, Zhang Xian's arm was already feeling a little numb. It was truly shocking. However, although these thoughts took a long time to describe, in reality they only occurred in an instant. His body was the first to catch up, and his reaction was extremely fast. 10 suns illuminating the sky. Jin Yuan roared furiously, once again forming the extreme Yang seal. What was truly terrifying was that the extreme Yang seal actually sent out 10 silhouettes at once, as if they were reenacting the glorious days when the Golden Crow race had been invincible throughout the world. It was the rhythm of destroying the heavens and realms in an instant. The blazing flames formed a heat wave that spread out. Even in the wood sway realm that was filled with fire elements everywhere, it was still very shocking and very dazzling. Yi Shiwen roared, "What Golden Crow? Destroy them all for me, inverting the ocean!" He once again condensed another seal, and it was precisely the ocean reversal seal. In an instant, endless seawater swept out, drowning everything. It was about to carry out the doomsday, and it opposed the 10 brilliant suns in the sky. It was like 2 unfolding picture scrolls, devouring each other in midair. Boom! In the end, the 2 seals collided fiercely, and a deafening roar erupted. The suns were destroyed one after another, and the evolved sea was also evaporated in large tracts, turning back into the original runes. Even the heavens and the earth were trembling. It was too intense. The runes of the 2 and their understanding of the seals were all hidden within. It was as if the mountains and rivers had shattered, and the ancient demon god had been resurrected. The highest profound of the Golden Crow clan can't do anything to this person. What is the background of this outsider? Many deities of the ancient tribes exclaimed. In their ancestral land, there were amazing, peerless geniuses with amazing strength, but there were also many tyrannical masters among the outsiders. Although they were all humans, they were completely different. There were many peerless geniuses in the ancestral land with invincible ancient techniques. On the other hand, The martial arts used by the outsiders were many that they had never heard of before. Many of them were simply the peerless techniques of other races. The collision between the two sides made the geniuses of the human race more powerful. The artistic conception of the ocean reversal seal and the 10 suns in the sky had completely disappeared. Jin Yuan kept retreating. In the collision just now, he had suffered some losses. But before he could react, Yi Shiwen's next wave of counterattack had already arrived. Yi Shiwen's next wave of counterattack had already arrived in an instant. The seal in his hand was transformed again, but this time it was not the overturning the sky seal or the inverting the ocean seal. Instead, it was the Han seal. It was like an ancient divine mountain that instantly smashed down and blasted towards Jin Yuan. My heavens, there are actually 3 transformations in one activation. Furthermore, any one of these 3 transformations could be considered to be supreme profoundness. Just what kind of seal is this? Does our human race really have such a powerful seal technique? Someone exclaimed aloud. They could all see that although the forms used by Yi Shiwen were different, they should all be the same seal technique. But because of this, it seemed so terrifying. The sky, the earth, and the sea were the 3 fundamental elements that constituted a world. The artistic conception of this seal technique was simply unimaginable. Roar! Jin Yuan let out a loud roar. His aura, which had just stopped a moment ago, instantly burst forth. The golden magic power on his body was burning. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a golden crow and soared into the sky. His entire body was burning with raging flames as he rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! This golden crow and the mountain-shaking seal collided fiercely. The mountain-shaking seal was the most ferocious of the 3 changes of the sky reversal seal. At this time, it was like Mars hitting the earth, and there was a loud noise. Bang! The golden crow was blasted away, and its fleshly body, which was burning with raging flames, almost collapsed. How is this possible? Many people were completely dumbfounded. Although the Golden Feather Crow clan was not the Golden Crow, it was also the existence with the bloodline closest to the Golden Crow clan. Its body could fight a real dragon without falling into a disadvantage, but at this time it was blown away by a seal technique. Blood sprayed out. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen, dumbfounded. How tyrannical his body was to achieve such an amazing degree. Although this kind of overbearing and tyrannical martial art had boundless power, it also had very high requirements for the user. One had to have a stronger physical body. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to control this kind of martial art, let alone kill the opponent with it. This was something unimaginable. The Golden Crow's Dharma image instantly dispersed, revealing the appearance of Jin Yuan. His whole body was covered with dense cracks, and he had suffered a terrible injury. His eyes were full of disbelief. How could this Yi Shiwen be so terrifying? In his final mountain-shaking seal, he had displayed the advantage of his body to the fullest. Little did he know that Yi Shiwen now had 2 special physiques, neither of which was inferior to Jin Yuan's. At this time, the combination of the 2 completely erupted, and the power was astonishing and terrifying. 3 seals in one, die for me! Yi Shiwen's killing intent was endless, and there was a terrifying light flashing in his eyes. He actually wanted to kill people, completely ignoring the existence of the powerful Golden Feather Crow clan behind Jin Yuan. Since you don't want to live, then die for me! Heavens, what's going on? Everyone could clearly feel an astonishing power erupting from Yi Shiwen's hands. The 3 seals that had appeared just now had completely fused together at this time, and had fused into a kind of seal that no one had ever seen before. It was as if a world had directly suppressed Jin Yuansheng, and was trying to suppress him to death. Bang! Jin Yuan did not have any time to react, and was directly smashed, and was once again sent flying. If the previous dense cracks had appeared on his body, now his body was really about to collapse. Roar, just you wait. Jin Yuan roared, and the golden magic power on his body burned. A talisman had been activated in his body and saved his life. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have died at Yi Shiyun's hands. In an instant, his figure flew out like a rainbow and directly disappeared. So fast is that the Golden Feather Crow clan's rainbow transformation technique. That is also the Golden Feather Crow clan's peerless secret technique. Unfortunately, this is also an incomplete version, and I have no chance to see the glory of one of the fastest magical powers in the world. Back then, only a few magical powers could compete with the rainbow transformation technique, such as so close, yet world apart and ground shrinking into an inch. An old deity could not help but sigh with emotion. After living for a long time, one would have seen everything. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that one was experienced and knowledgeable. Jin Yuan's rainbow transformation technique was too fast, and he had also burned his origin, so even Yi Shiyun could not stop it in time. However, at the same time at that moment, Chen Tinkong had already touched it. Just now, he did not make a move, and just watched as Jin Yuan was defeated by Yi Shiyun. He had been waiting for the best opportunity to attack. Even now, after releasing a big move, even Yi Shiyun, who had an unbelievably strong reserve of magic power, was showing signs of panting. This was the stage where he had exhausted his old strength and had yet to generate new strength. The long sword in his hand directly turned into a sword seal and chopped down. It was incomparably overbearing, and there was a boundless true dragon circling it. It was so lifelike that it seemed like it was about to come out of its body. "Now it's your turn to die." Chen Tinkong's roar echoed in the sky. He wanted to return all the humiliation he had suffered in one breath and kill Yi Shiyun. Chapter 2443. I have dominated the world. Countless heavens, pride experts have died in my hands. It's not a waste of talent for you to die in my hands. Chen Tinkong roared. The implication was that Yi Shiyun was not his opponent and would be killed by him. That's great. I don't know how many heavens pride experts have died in my hands. I've never killed anyone from the god's domain. Yi Shiyun sneered. Chen Tinkong took advantage of the time when he was exhausted and had yet to recover his strength. It could be said that Chen Tinkong's eyesight was not bad. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely suffer a big loss under such circumstances. However, this person would not be Yi Shiyun. Arrogant. Chen Tinkong roared and instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiyun. His pace was very fast and very stable. It was also a very famous movement technique in the god's domain. Only afterimages were left in the void. The sword seal had instantly slashed Yi Shiyun's hand. Bang! The sword seal fell on Yi Shiyun's body, but it failed to kill him. Instead, there was a mirror above Yi Shiyun, and layers of light curtains hung down to protect him. The power of the sword seal was infinite, and it directly pierced through the light curtain, but most of its power was also offset. The remaining part of the power rushed down and fell on Yi Shiyun's body, but it only caused sparks to fly in all directions, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Now, Yi Shiyun took the remaining part of the sword seal, then turned around. His body leaped up like a rock and directly stepped on Chen Tinkong's skull. The first counterattack was such a tyrannical and overbearing attack. Yi Shiyun did not put Chen Tinkong in his eyes because of his contempt. Chen Tinkong roared again and again. Yi Shiyun's domineering attitude had completely infuriated him. He was so angry that his hair was fluttering, and his temperament changed drastically in an instant. It was as if a peerless demon god had awakened in his body. The long sword in his hand burst out an amazing sword light and rushed forward to meet Yi Shiyun. Boom! The two collided fiercely. Dazzling rays of light danced in the air. In the sky, talismans collapsed everywhere. The laws were revealed. Dang, dang, dang. Chen Tinkong retreated again and again. He had suffered a loss in the collision with Yi Shiyun just now. Although he had already taken precautions, how could he not pay attention when he saw Jin Yuan being beaten up so miserably by Yi Shiyun? However, it was useless. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. If you don't want to leave, then leave your life here. Yi Shiwen condensed the overturning sky seal in his hand and blasted it down on the spot. He was about to launch a fatal attack on Qin Tinkong. Many people in the surroundings were dumbfounded. He had just nearly killed Jin Yuan, and now he was going to attack Qin Tinkong. This person was too overbearing. Just where did this freak come from? Such a person should be very famous in the outside world. Why hadn't they heard of him before? What they didn't know was that Yi Shiwen had only been cultivating for a mere 200 years. Compared to the long lifespan of the gods, it was just a baby period. They had such a feeling because Yi Shiwen had risen too fast. It turned out to be a person they had never heard of before. In the beginning, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was too arrogant. Even if he could face one of them without falling into a disadvantageous position, it would certainly not be so easy to fight with 3 powerful enemies at the same time. However, Yi Shiwen had seriously injured Jin Yuan first, and then turned around to suppress Qin Tinkong. His strength was simply unimaginable. He was like a madman, and he was really going to kill Qin Tinkong. Yi Shiwen's overturning sky seal condensed the power of heaven and earth. It seemed to overturn the sky and directly suppress down. Yi Shiwen raised the martial power of his whole body to suppress it, making the seal exceptionally terrifying. Everyone could feel the terrifying and overbearing fluctuations emitted from this seal from a very far distance. The fluctuations that caused the void to distort were still very powerful near them. Qin Tinkong roared again and again. This seal made him feel a great threat. He constantly bombarded a series of defenses to protect himself. Boom! Yi Shiwen's overturning sky seal was too fast. It rapidly smashed down and broke through his layers of defenses. His whole body was like a painting that was torn on the spot, and his real body that was in the distant void fell out. Puff! He was directly smashed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His bones were smashed and broken. There was a terrifying power raging on his body. His body was directly smashed out, and directly smashed into a sacred mountain dozens of miles away. A big hole was formed in the mountain, and many bones in his body were broken. In this wave of confrontation, he was completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Qin Tinkong seemed to have gone mad. Everyone could vaguely see through his pierced flesh that there was an unknown humanoid creature locked in his body. It was originally firmly suppressed, but at this moment, it seemed like it was about to come out completely. As the humanoid creature continued to struggle, Qin Tinkong's martial power also increased wildly, and it seemed that he would rush into the peak of the eternal realm in one go. Suddenly, in his body, a magic sword instantly sprang out, suppressing the humanoid creature in his body. Only then did Qin Tinkong calm down. The strange scene just now made everyone a little dumbfounded. What the hell happened? Hiss, could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor has it that Qin Tinkong has suppressed a part of the martial power in his body since he was a child. Later on, when he reached the Tao realm, he was invincible and swept away everything. No one has ever been able to force out the other part of his martial power. Could that be the other part of his martial power that was sealed? Qin Tinkong is so strong, but he is actually not in his complete state? How terrifying is his complete state? Many people could not help but take a breath of cold air. They could not imagine how terrifying Qin Tinkong's complete state would be if that was the case. Although they did not know why Qin Tinkong did this, it was likely to be to sharpen himself. In history, there were also many outstanding people who used various methods to sharpen themselves. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. Yi Shiwen sneered. Even if Qin Tinkong's so-called hidden martial power erupted, he was not afraid. Even if he really rushed into the peak of the eternal realm, he could still leave calmly. He had such confidence. Brother Qin, it's really not worth it to give up 10,000 years of cultivation for him. At this moment, Yi Qianqian suddenly said. Her tone was cold, as if she was talking about someone who had nothing to do with her. His voice hadn't even faded away when everyone looked at him. But they didn't know when, but a sword had appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was suffused with an astonishing cold air, and it instantly froze Yi Shiwen. Absolute zero, in an instant, froze everything. Snow Jade Sword. Yi Shiwen had never thought that there would be a day when the Snow Jade Sword would swing its sword at him. Bang! Suddenly, the absolute zero that froze Yi Shiwen completely collapsed in an instant. Yi Shiwen's body burned with an incomparably terrifying flame. The Nanming mythical fire burned and melted everything. Clang! Yi Shiwen met it with his palm and blocked it by a hair's breadth. There was a sound of metal colliding, and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if two pieces of metal had collided with a huge force. The Snow Jade Sword left a bloody mark on Yi Shiwen's palm, and blood splattered out. However, no one in the distance laughed. Although Yi Shiwen had a bloody mark, it was even more amazing. Under the circumstances where he did not use any spiritual power, he only used his physical body to block a divine sword. The strength of his physical body was simply unimaginable. If he used spiritual power, he might really be able to kill a divine weapon with his physical body. No wonder both Jin Yuan and Chen Tinkong suffered a great loss in his hands. I haven't even looked for you, and you actually appeared by yourself. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. From the beginning, his killing intent had been constantly spreading, and the target was Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian's beautiful figure appeared from the void, and Yi Shiwen's attack was even more fierce. There was a sound of thunder, and it turned into a dragon claw in the blink of an eye and grabbed Yi Qianqian's neck. Yi Qianqian's feet kept forming ripples, and in the blink of an eye, she had already moved 100 miles away. However, Yi Shiwen did not give way and directly chased after her. How cruel! How can you have the heart to treat an old friend like this? Yi Qianqian sighed and said. Her words were euphemistic, but the Snow Jade Sword in her hand did not stop. She waved the sword, and a powerful, deathly aura spread out. This aura came from the dead, and it enveloped everything. Old friend, do you think you are worthy? Do you need me to expose you? Yi Shiwen was unable to restrain his anger. He grabbed the Snow Jade Sword with one hand, and the sword energy of the incomparably sharp Snow Jade Sword continued to explode in his hand. Blood flowed everywhere. His other hand transformed into a sky-flipping seal and directly smashed towards Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian could not take back the Snow Jade Sword from Yi Shiwen's hand and could only retreat in an instant. Bang! The seal fiercely smashed into the ground and created a big pit. The sky shook and the earth trembled. Many deities in the distance were horrified, and they were horrified by Yi Shiwen's terror. They were also very curious because these two people seemed to be old acquaintances, so why were they waving their fists at each other at this time? It seemed as if they were mortal enemies. Yi Shiwen directly sealed the Snow Jade Sword and received it into the Tianyuan mirror. For him, there was no difficulty in suppressing the sword at this time. The wound on his hand, which had been cut by the Snow Jade Sword, was almost healed. What a cruel person! Yi Qianqian sighed and said, Now let's have a good talk. You are not Yi Qianqian, so who are you? Yi Shiwen's eyes were firmly fixed on Yi Qianqian's body. I am Yi Qianqian, and why am I not? Is it because I don't like you anymore? You are too arrogant. Yi Qianqian's face revealed a faint smile. You don't need to pretend. She won't talk to me like this, because if she really doesn't like me one day, she won't explain herself. You don't understand her pride. Chapter 2444. Yi Shiwen said slowly. From the beginning, he felt that this matter was very wrong. With Yi Qianqian's character and pride, even if she really wanted to meet him, it would not be like this. There was only one possibility. The person in front of him was not Yi Qianqian at all. Although this possibility sounded very strange, but Yi Shiwen soon firmly believed in it. Who are you? Why did you occupy her body? Yi Shiwen spat out word by word. Yi Shiwen could not see the truth even with the eye of redemption. This meant that it was not caused by the magical power of transformation. This was Yi Qianqian's deity, but it was only her body. As soon as he said this, all the deities who were still paying attention to this side suddenly became excited. The way they looked at Yi Qianqian was different. Everyone was very clear about what this meant. No wonder Yi Shiwen was so furious. If his woman's body was occupied by someone else, no one would be able to bear it. Many gods had their own methods, and they were no strangers to this sort of divine ability that allowed them to take over someone else's body. But generally speaking, it was a method that could only be used when one had lost their physical body and was unable to recover. Yi Qianqian's vitality was terrifying. She was not the most suitable body to occupy because it might require very tyrannical strength. The consumption was also great. If one was not careful, the original owner of the body might be devoured. In that case, it was not impossible to die without a burial place and be devoured. That person must possess unparalleled methods to be able to do it. Even Chen Tingkong, who was seriously injured on the side, did not care about his hatred for Yi Shiwen. He looked at Yi Qianqian in complete shock, because during this period of time they were walking side by side. People called them a perfect couple. However, he did not find anything wrong with Yi Qianqian. She hid it very deeply. If Yi Shiwen did not point it out, he might not know what was wrong with Yi Qianqian. What do you think? Yi Qianqian suddenly smiled. Her smile was like a flower with a peerless charm. I guess you should be the old witch of the Death Master. Yi Shiwen grinned and said suddenly. Yi Qianqian's smile froze instantly. It seemed that she never expected that Yi Shiwen would guess her deity. It really is you. Yi Shiwen was mostly suspicious just now. Now he was completely sure that it was indeed the Death Master. Yi Qianqian received the inheritance of the Death Master in the abyss of death. After many years, when she came out again, her body was already occupied. This was the only possibility. With Yi Qianqian's pride, even if she couldn't win, she wouldn't leave her body in the hands of the enemy. She would self-destruct on the spot. It was impossible to take over her body. The only way to do that was to forcefully take over her body when she accepted the inheritance. Such a thing was not impossible since ancient times. Many fallen or dormant gods would leave behind such a method. Once they succeeded, they would be able to revive and rule over the world once again. Moreover, after such things happened more often, the success rate would also slowly increase, so he immediately thought of it. Now he was completely sure that it was the Death Master. However, what shocked him was that the legendary Death Master was actually a woman. He had originally thought that the one who could command the endless army of undead and coldly kill should be a man. Now he was completely sure that it was the Death Master. What surprised him was that the legendary Death Master was actually a woman. He thought that it should be a man who could command the endless army of the dead. Death Master! Why do I seem to have heard of this name before? When I was still a demigod, I heard about her. That crazy woman cultivates the law of death. When she was at her peak, she commanded an endless army of the dead and conquered all the worlds. That crazy woman embarked on the craziest path. She actually planned to kill all the living beings in the world and kill her way into the Supreme Emperor's Road. Later, she alarmed the 8 great conferred king powerhouses to join forces to hunt her down. In the end, at the cost of 5 conferred king powerhouses, she was killed in the mysterious world. It was said that a supreme king of our human clan called the Lunar King also participated in the battle, and in the end, her blood was shed on the battlefield. She died on the battlefield. Someone finally recognized the deeds of the Death Master. However, that was tens of thousands of years ago. Later, people thought that the Death Master had completely fallen. Now, there were very few new gods who knew about her. No wonder she didn't immediately return to her original identity. With such a notorious identity, she would probably be surrounded and killed as soon as she announced it to the world. She had to use this woman's identity as a cover. Yi Shiwen didn't expect that the Lunar King was involved. She was one of the 4 kings of the Desolate Era. Her predecessors didn't have a good ending and went missing one after another. King Taizong suppressed the battlefield of gods and demons for countless years and finally died. The Lunar King appeared in the mysterious world. It was likely that the human clan who went to the mysterious world came back to ask for help. Unexpectedly, she didn't return and died in the mysterious world. However, the Death Master was killed by the Martial King, who fought against 8 king powerhouses. The strength of the Death Master was really ridiculously strong. Even among king-ranked experts, he was probably ridiculously strong. Yi Qianqian's expression turned ugly. She seemed to be provoked by the old witch that Yi Shiwen mentioned. Women, no matter what race or strength they had, age was a big taboo. You are courting death for yourself. Do you know that? Yi Qianqian said coldly. She is an old witch who has been dead for so many years, still struggling to come back to life. What's the point? Yi Shiwen sneered. The muscles on Yi Qianqian's face twitched. Yi Shiwen, you are challenging my patience again and again. Yi Qianqian's expression became colder and colder. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cave. It was very cold and very scary. Old witch who should have died. Today, I will send you to heaven again. Go back to where you belong. Yi Shiwen didn't hide his killing intent. She had forcibly taken over Yi Qianqian's body. This was beyond the limit of what he could tolerate. Good. I want to see how many tricks you have up your sleeve. Yi Qianqian said coldly. In the blink of an eye, endless death energy gushed out from Yi Qianqian's hand. It carried a matchless power and majestically shrouded towards Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Yi Qianqian seemed to have regained her supreme power from tens of thousands of years ago. Not to mention Chen Tinkong, who was very close to her, retreated repeatedly. He didn't want to be contaminated by this death energy, which represented bad luck. Even many gods in faraway places were horrified when they saw the scene. What a strong death energy! I almost think I have come to the legendary world of the dead. Someone cried out in surprise. No one knew if the legendary netherworld existed or not. No one knew what kind of place it was. Everything related to the netherworld was just a legend. Even these gods were no exception. Even some gods who had lived for a long time did not know much about the world of the dead. The only thing they knew was that it was recorded in some ancient books that the Demon King had once fought with the supreme existence of the world of the dead. Only based on this, people had some confidence to confirm that the world might really exist. It was just that no one knew where it was. The endless death energy that gushed out shrouded Yi Shiwen and turned the surroundings into a death domain. The law of death overwhelmed everything. Many gods looked dignified. Yi Shiwen was going to create a unique battle domain of his own. Even the ferocious Lord of Death in the past had to pay attention to Yi Shiwen at this moment. He actually had to create a death domain in order to fight. Suddenly, the power of thunder burst out of Yi Shiwen's body. Thunder and lightning rapidly fell from the sky and formed a sea of thunder and lightning. Unexpectedly, this sea of thunder and lightning was able to contend with the death energy and wasn't the slightest bit inferior. Neither side looked down on the other. They had adjusted the battlefield to the most suitable environment for their own battle. Yi Shiwen walked in the sea of thunder and lightning without the slightest discomfort. He was like the only thunder god in the world, controlling the thunder and lightning of the heavens. He was an ancient emperor. Traces of lightning appeared on his forehead. This was a manifestation of the innate, special constitution of thunder and lightning. Although everyone did not know what kind of constitution it was, they knew that it was extraordinary. That thunder and lightning mark instantly burst out with a shocking power of thunder. It was like a blade that cut through the night. It directly cut through everything, cut through the death energy, and blasted towards Yi Qianqian. At this time, Yi Qianqian no longer stuck to the original magical law of Yi Qianqian. Instead, she began to erupt with her own powerful divine technique. Her eyes were deathly gray. Endless death energy twined in her eyes, forming two distinct yin and yang eyes. This was the legendary yin-yang eyes that could see through yin and yang. Her left eye saw yin and her right eye saw yang. There was a kind of fierce and invincible power. In ancient legends, some people were born with yin-yang eyes. They could see through the world of the living and the dead. They could see some things that others could not see at all. However, in the cultivation of martial arts, there was also such a magical power. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could truly cultivate the yin-yang eye because it was extremely difficult to condense. The cultivation method was also almost non-existent. There were only a few records of it. Therefore, those who could cultivate it were born with yin-yang eyes. It was said that the Death Lord was born with yin-yang eyes. When she opened and closed her eyes, the world would be divided into two extremes of yin and yang. The power of thunder that Yi Shiwen bombarded couldn't hit her body at all. It was dispersed by the yin and yang power that shot out from her eyes. At the same time, Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption. It was like the rebirth of the Lord of Redemption. His body instantly rose from the ground. He soared into the sky like an eagle and rushed towards Yi Qianqian. Chapter 2445. The Death Lord's means were unparalleled. She was even a titled king powerhouse in the past. Her foundation and magical means were not comparable to Yi Shiwen's. Even if they were in the same realm, Yi Qianqian was 10 times more terrifying than Chen Tinkong and the others. She was able to exert 120% of her combat power with 10% of her strength. Her combat skills were amazing. Therefore, for Yi Shiwen, such a test was meaningless. He could only fight with all his strength. He swooped down towards Yi Qianqian like an eagle. Yi Qianqian's speed was also extremely fast. Her movements were as fast as lightning. She was like a long dragon, rushing towards Yi Shiwen without the slightest bit of hesitation. Her eyes were bursting with death qi, almost as if she wanted to tear Yi Shiwen apart. Yi Shiwen turned around extremely quickly in midair. The thunder talisman between his eyebrows erupted with a shocking power of thunder, breaking through the power of death. At that moment, Yi Qianqian's hand tore through the space and chopped down towards Yi Shiwen's head. She wanted to hack him to death. This speed was extremely fast. Previously, it was just to confuse Yi Shiwen. This was the real killer move. At this moment, Yi Shiwen attacked. He was not slow either. A big hand condensed into a fist and punched out fiercely. Boom! An earth-shattering collision resounded through the 9 heavens. The space was completely shattered, and the densely packed fragments spread out in all directions. Everyone was shocked. This was just the beginning. Both sides did not hold back and directly attacked to kill. The aura of death and the power of thunder in the surroundings all turned into talismans, melting and devouring each other. It was extremely terrifying. They shone in the sky with their own independent light, imprinting themselves in the world. It was as if they had passed through the river of time that had existed since ancient times, reaching a future that ordinary people could not imagine. Such a battle between the two was indeed earth-shattering. Such a battle was just the beginning. Immediately after, an even more tragic battle broke out between the two sides. They constantly collided, bursting with endless light. Everyone was speechless when they saw the scene. With such strength, even those at the peak of the eternal realm could not do anything to them. It was completely beyond the limits of this realm. Especially Yi Shiwen, who was even more amazing. His realm was pitifully low. He was only at the initial stage of the eternal realm, but he had such amazing combat power. If he cultivated to the late stage of the eternal realm, wouldn't he be invincible? Some people looked at Chen Tinkong, who who was constantly recuperating in the distance. They did not know how strong he would be if he released the power that he had suppressed for many years. Would he be able to compete with these two? This was a cultivation method. Once it was fully released, Chen Tinkong's power and realm would be greatly improved. Chen Tinkong's strength would be greatly improved. Compared to the two of them, Chen Tinkong had been famous for many years. However, everyone's evaluation of him had fallen to the point where he could not be compared to the two of them. It was not that Chen Tinkong was not good, but the two of them were too terrifying. Compared to these two, Chen Tinkong had been famous for many years. However, at this time, everyone's evaluation of him had fallen to the point that he could not be compared to these two. It was not that Chen Tinkong was weak, but these two were too terrifying. The Death Lord was one of the most ferocious people in the world back then. So, what was Yi Shiwen's origin? Only the gods who had come from the outside world seemed to have vaguely heard of his name. However, the others had never heard of him. Yi Qianqian's eyes were cold. Her body was surrounded by endless death energy, as if it had formed a layer of battle armor on her body. It was ancient and mysterious, with the aura of the world of the dead. Yi Qianqian's eyes were cold. Her body was surrounded by boundless death energy, as if it had formed a layer of battle armor on her body. It was ancient and mysterious, with the aura of the world of the dead. He casually struck, and the whole world trembled. The earth shook, and the mountains swayed. In an instant, endless runes erupted from his hand. These runes spread all over the world, forming a land of death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he going to build his own kingdom of death? This was the rhythm of a real outbreak. Yi Shiwen could instantly feel that he was being suppressed. An invisible power of rules was locking him in place. His talismans constructed a familiar scene, the abyss of death. No, it's not the abyss of death. It's the kingdom of death. Yi Shiwen's squinted eyes widened. He could tell the origin of this realm at a glance. This was a kingdom of death that was above the realm. It was a kingdom of death that could only be formed by a divine lord in the sage realm. No matter how powerful an eternal realm expert was, they could not truly form a kingdom of death. But Yi Qianqian was different. She was being controlled by the Death Lord. The Death Lord was a titled king back in the day. He was so powerful that he was considered one of the most ferocious existences of that era. The abyss of death was formed from his kingdom of death. Although he could not truly form a kingdom of death, he could borrow some of the power of the abyss of death. It was far above ordinary realms. Even an ordinary kingdom of death might not be able to compare to the abyss of death. At that moment, Yi Shiwen instantly felt the suppression of the kingdom of death. The void that allowed him to travel freely had turned into a quagmire, making it difficult for him to move. He quickly opened up the realm of thunder and lightning, but it was still very difficult for him to move. The power of death bombarded him like sharp blades, making him feel like he was suffocating. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Qianqian launched an attack. She soared into the sky and pounced towards Yi Shiwen like a bolt of lightning. Her palms were filled with the aura of death, and she had supreme power. Oh no, Yi Shiwen is in danger. Many gods cried out in alarm. Originally, they had been neutral and hadn't been biased. But now, they were more or less biased towards Yi Shiwen. The reason was simple. Yi Qianqian was currently being controlled by the Death Lord. After the explanation of some of the ancient gods, they also knew how fierce and terrifying the Death Lord was back in the day. He actually wanted to kill everything in the world to create his own supreme path. This was a path that no one could tolerate. It was no wonder that he had been killed by others in the past. At this moment, they were naturally biased towards Yi Shiwen. However, being biased towards Yi Shiwen did not mean that they were optimistic about him. On the contrary, they were not optimistic about Yi Shiwen from the beginning of the battle. It was not that Yi Shiwen was not strong enough, but that the Death Lord was too strong. She was an unprecedented powerhouse. Even in the long river of history, She could be ranked among the top powerhouses who had been bestowed with the title of king. They could not think of anyone in the same realm who could be a match for such a powerhouse. Whoosh! Yi Qianqian moved in the kingdom of death as if she had teleported. She appeared in front of Yi Shiwen, and her white palms were like claws of death, grabbing towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen retreated repeatedly. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly retreated hundreds of miles away, dodging the attack. This was a lightning-like movement technique, and it was extremely fast. Although he retreated repeatedly, his black hair was flying in the air. His eyes were even colder, and his killing intent was rampant. Although he was in a disadvantageous situation, he did not move at all. The kingdom of death is indeed terrifying. No wonder a powerhouse of the eternal realm can never be a match for a divine lord of the sage realm. Just the suppression of the kingdom of death is enough to crush all resistance. In the kingdom of death, all the rules are determined by the divine lord. The recovery ability of the eternal realm is completely vulnerable. If the rules do not allow it, he cannot be reborn. It's really terrifying. The rules of the dead are too shocking. Yi Shiwen is very strong. In a battle of the same realm, he should not be afraid of anyone, and it would not be a problem for him to challenge those of a higher realm. However, this is already a matter of another realm. The crushing power of the kingdom of death is really not exaggerated. Even if he can only borrow part of the power of the kingdom of death, he can still crush an eternal realm powerhouse who only has a divine spark. You want to leave? Leave your life here. Yi Qianqian's voice was a little sharp. Yi Shiwen's repeated provocations seemed to be unbearable to her, and she had to get rid of him. She caught up with Yi Shiwen in an instant, and her palm slammed down. Yi Shiwen did not retreat this time. He directly slammed his palm over, and the two collided fiercely. Bang! A shocking collision was heard, and a crack appeared in the kingdom of death. It was very shocking. The collision between the two had reached the limit of this realm. Everyone saw that although it seemed like it was just a collision, in fact, in an instant, the two of them had collided hundreds and thousands of times, and the speed was so fast that it was shocking. Yi Shiwen was sent flying. Fighting with Yi Qianqian in the kingdom of death was not worth it at all. He did not have the upper hand, so he directly retreated. This was not escape, but a diversion, looking for a bigger flaw to attack. What kind of physique does Yi Qianqian have? How can she be compared with Yi Shiwen? Someone said doubtfully. One should know that Yi Shiwen had just seriously injured two peerless figures in a row and challenged two invincible figures. He had shown the strength of his body to the fullest. But Yi Qianqian did not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting with Yi Shiwen. Her body was also very powerful. Chen Tinkong's eyes were full of surprise. He had been with Yi Qianqian, and he had seen her kill peerless figures in a graceful manner. It was just that, at that time, that person had not forced Yi Qianqian to this point and had almost completely crushed her. At that time, he had not realized that Yi Qianqian had such an amazing body cultivation. Yi Qianqian chased after him, and every time she appeared, she would step in the void, making a dull sound. It did not seem like she was stepping on the void, but rather it was like she was stepping on the ground. In an instant, she caught up to Yi Shiwen and launched a fierce attack. Chapter 2446. Each of Yi Qianqian's steps produced a dull thud, like a clap of thunder. The void beneath her feet also exploded, and with every step she took, Yi Qianqian's strength seemed to be constantly increasing. Every step she took seemed to bring her to a whole new realm. It was extremely terrifying. Some people were puzzled. What kind of divine ability and cultivation technique was this? It was unimaginable. Every step Yi Qianqian took was a transformation. In the end, the space trembled. Not only did it break, but it also overflowed with chaos. It was extremely shocking. Even Yi Shiwen's expression changed. In the palm of his hand, sword Qi rushed out. It was entwined with the power of thunder. It had infinite power and instantly shot out. It collided directly with Yi Qianshan. This kind of collision was like Mars colliding with Earth. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Qianshan growled in a low voice. Her arm bloomed with a dark gray light of death. She was like an ancient demon god. The space around her was exploding. In an instant, the aura of death filled the air, drowning and covering everything. At this time, Yi Shiwen only felt a mountain of pressure. This was a suppression from the soul. Yi Qianshan released a terrifying pressure that belonged to a titled expert. It was vast and boundless. It was extremely terrifying. And this was because he had the Mingxin ancient tree to suppress his mind. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be even more miserable. King-level experts were the kings among the gods. They were unparalleled existences. In the world, other than imperial emperors, there were no existences stronger than king-level experts. Furthermore, the Death Lord was one of the strongest among them. One could imagine the pressure that he released. It was a monstrous pressure. Die. Accompanied by a loud shout, Yi Qianshan finally used her full strength. The aura of death soared into the sky. It evolved into a kingdom of death. Countless dead people were screaming, crying, and wailing. It was as if the world was about to disappear. It was about to be obliterated. It had completely become a world of the dead, devouring everything. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, countless auras of death turned into various kinds of runes and soared into the sky. They formed a huge light screen that shrouded the sky and bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen was bombarded head-on. In the kingdom of death, he was too passive. There was no way he could resist. He kept retreating, his hand forming the sky-flipping seal, constantly smashing the surging death chi. There was some blood at the corner of his mouth. In the distance, many people were crying out in alarm. Even someone as powerful as Yi Shiwen had been injured. This was simply unimaginable. They had been watching from the beginning of the battle. Yi Shiwen had fought against two peerless experts and hadn't suffered any injuries. He had been very strong until the end. His invincible momentum had been fully displayed. He was a powerful existence above Chen Tinkong and the others. In the hearts of the crowd, he was also invincible, although they were more optimistic about Yi Qianshan. When they saw this scene, their hearts still trembled in disbelief. What kind of strength is this? Even this Yi Shiwen is injured. The Death Lord is worthy of being called the most ferocious man who has existed for tens of thousands of years. It's unimaginable. Soon, many people realized that Yi Qianshan was being controlled by the Death Lord. In the past, the Death Lord had killed many experts in the same realm, let alone a mere Yi Shiwen. Golden blood dripped from the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth, and he finally stopped retreating. However, his countenance didn't change. On the contrary, every pore on his body opened up and instantly spouted divine fire that filled the sky. This divine fire transformed into an incomparably powerful divine bird, a phoenix. The phoenix screeched, and with boundless flames, it directly attacked Yi Qianshan. The death chi was the power of the extreme yin, but the Nanmingli fire brought by the phoenix was the power of the extreme yang. The power of yin and yang collided in the void, setting off a terrifying frenzy that drowned everything. Fighting in the death god's nation was undoubtedly very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he simply destroyed the entire death god's nation. After all, this was not the real kingdom of death, but an existence similar to a projection. Although he could borrow some power, it was not the real kingdom of death. That's the Nanmingli fire of the Phoenix clan. Could it be that Yi Shiwen also has the bloodline of the Phoenix? You should know that this is the magical power of the Phoenix clan. Unless one has the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, it is impossible to use it. Even in the Phoenix clan, only a few elites can use the Nanmingli fire. Many people exclaimed. They all recognized the Nanmingli fire, but they were even more puzzled. They had some guesses about the bloodline of Yi Shiwen's body, but they didn't dare to confirm it. Yi Shiwen stopped in his tracks and broke the void with one foot. His whole body flew up like a vigorous ape and rushed towards Yi Qianshan. His body carried boundless flames and burned through the entire void. In an instant, the impact of the kingdom of death was reduced to the minimum. A damaged kingdom of death naturally could not be compared with a complete version. Fortunately, this was only a projection. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to destroy the kingdom of death. At this moment, he was like a phoenix flying across the sky. His whole body was burning with the Nanmingli fire, and it emitted a kind of treasure light. One of his hands evolved into the overturning sky seal, and it turned the sky upside down. It carried the boundless power of the world, and fiercely smashed towards Yi Qianshan. Boom! Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Yi Qianshan didn't expect that he could burst out with such an amazing counterattack in the face of danger. It was quite fierce and also very terrifying. Yi Qianshan was directly hit, and her whole body was like a kite with a broken string. She flew upside down and flew upside down. She flew for hundreds of miles before she finally stopped. Blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. She licked her lips in a strange manner and licked the blood off. She seemed somewhat surprised that Yi Shiwen was able to injure her. This was unimaginable for someone in the same realm as her. However, her eyes quickly returned to their cold, indifferent look. What a powerful Nanming Li fire! I have seen a pure-blooded phoenix use it before, but in terms of power, it is far inferior to Yi Shiwen. No wonder he can hurt the Death Lord. An ancient god sighed. He had lived for a long time, and the things he had seen were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He had also seen a battle between pure-blooded phoenixes, but it seemed that Yi Shiwen was more terrifying than the one in front of him. I originally thought that the Death Lord would win. After all, he is a peerless villain who has been famous in the world for countless years. Now it is really hard to say. This Yi Shiwen also has his own means, and he can't be underestimated. This attack made many people see the possibility of Yi Shiwen winning. It was completely different from before. Yi Shiwen also had means, and it might not be impossible for him to win. Roar! Behind Yi Qianshan, the sound of an ancient ferocious beast roared to the sky. This was a ferocious beast of death that had evolved from a supreme magical power. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a strange giant dragon with a pair of bone wings. Most importantly, it was different from ordinary dragons. The flesh on its body was broken, and one could see the lingering death energy on the remaining flesh. Its blood was dark gray, and it was a very strange, ferocious beast of death. Abyss dragon, that is the abyss dragon. Hiss! Rumor has it that the Death Lord once caught a kind of abyss dragon that only appears in the world of the dead as a mount. It is extremely powerful. That abyss dragon was also killed on the spot by a king. Now, it shouldn't be that abyss dragon that has been resurrected. It should be her abyss dragon roaring sky fist that is famous all over the world. This fist technique is very terrifying, and it is said to be a supreme, unique skill of the abyss dragon race. No outsider has ever learned it, but she has learned it. The Death Lord has even used this kind of unique skill. It seems that he is really going to fight to the death with Yi Shiwen. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and moved even further away. The aftermath of the battle could kill them. Behind Yi Qianshan, that abyss dragon kept roaring to the sky. It was becoming more and more real. This was a kind of artistic conception that had directly evolved. Boom! She finally blasted her fist. That abyss dragon flapped its bone wings, and its entire body rushed towards Yi Shiwen at lightning speed. The body of that abyss dragon was so huge that it covered the sky and made the mountains pale in comparison. Yi Shiwen's expression was solemn. This was a very terrifying, unique skill. However, he was not moved. Instead, he instantly soared into the sky, and the Nanmingli fire on his body became even more incisive. It directly transformed into a phoenix that had been reborn in the raging fire. In an instant, endless power of thunder was added to it, and it became even more terrifying. The phoenix rushed towards the abyss dragon, and it also became bigger and bigger. It was as huge as an ancient divine mountain. Boom! The two collided fiercely, and there seemed to be endless energy bursting out. In an instant, their bodies were occupied by endless runes, and they blasted towards Yishuin. The sky shook violently. From afar, it was not only the space that was shattered, but the entire world was about to be destroyed. It was a scene of the end of the world. This kind of collision, even a master at the peak of the eternal realm would find it difficult to match, someone exclaimed. They could see the huge ripples sweeping towards them. Chen Tingkong, who was close to them, retreated again. He was already a little embarrassed, and his body had not fully recovered from the serious injuries caused by Yishuin. Kill! Yi Qianqian roared, and instantly rushed out of her human form. She tore apart the violent and messy energy and attacked Yishuin. Her speed was extremely fast. Before anyone could react, she had once again rushed in front of Yishuin. The white palm pressed a big hole in the vault of heaven, and densely packed cracks extended towards Yishuin. Yishuin was not afraid. Suddenly, at the critical moment, he sneered. "This is the moment I've been waiting for. Die, old witch!" No one knew when, but an amazing sword aura erupted from his hand. It rushed into the sky, dominating everything. Chapter 2447. The sword light soared into the sky, filled with endless power. Yishuin had been hiding his killer move for a long time, and now he was finally going to unleash his most astonishing power. The endless primal chaos in the sky was blown away and rolled away. An extremely dangerous sword intent appeared in Yishuin's hand. That terrifying sword intent was so terrifying that even people who were far away could feel its supreme power. This was a sword intent that dominated everything. It wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Not everyone could rule the world, and not everyone could feel the loneliness of being at the top. Heaven and earth resonated, and Yishuin's speed reached the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, he had already dodged Yi Qianqian's palm. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed in front of Yi Qianqian, his ruler's sword intent tearing through the death god kingdom. Bang! Yi Qianqian was struck by Yishuin's sword. Blood sprayed out, and a large hole appeared in her chest. Yi Qianqian's movements were strange, and she managed to evade the deadly attack. Although she was seriously injured, she wasn't dead. She continued to retreat. Yishuin was somewhat out of breath, as he had consumed too much of his energy. This was a killer move that he had arranged. It was supposed to finish off the opponent, but Yi Qianqian was more vigilant than he had imagined. She had actually managed to dodge at the critical moment. Yi Qianqian quickly retreated to avoid the deadly attack. Her feet were moving extremely fast. Even though she was seriously injured, she still looked like a celestial being who had descended to the world. The wound on her body that Yishuin had inflicted miraculously stopped bleeding. It was as if some kind of power had stabilized the wound. Yishuin is so ruthless. He doesn't seem to be holding back just because the body belongs to the woman he loves. Some people exclaimed. This was the first time the two of them had seriously injured each other since they had started fighting. In their eyes, Yishuin's concealment was amazing. He hadn't revealed his true strength even during the most intense battle. Now that he had taken advantage of the situation, he had the opportunity to seriously injure Yi Qianqian. It's not that he doesn't want to hold back, but that he doesn't have to. Both sides are too strong. Life and death can be decided in an instant. If he lets his guard down, he'll be the one to die. An old man said faintly, "That attack just now was truly extraordinary." That kind of sword aura made them all tremble in fear. They could see that Yishuin had consumed a lot of energy in that last move. He had killed 2 peerless experts in a row, but he hadn't been out of breath. However, he had started to pant as soon as he had launched this move. One could well imagine how much energy he had consumed. It was shocking enough. Yi Shiwen must have been planning this for a long time. And at this moment, the real battle suddenly erupted. Yi Qianshan, who everyone thought would be heavily injured and unable to fight back, suddenly made her move. Her wounds were wrapped in a layer of ice, forcefully suppressing her wounds and launching an attack. His hand directly flung out a sword key in the form of a concealed weapon. It formed a huge whirlwind and chopped down towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, who was in the middle of adjusting his breathing, was almost hit by the sword key and seriously injured. Yi Shiwen was barely able to evade the attack. He moved hundreds of miles horizontally in the nick of time. The sword strike shattered the ground into pieces, and the one who was destroyed was Xiang Yangzi. In the Wood realm, everyone's power was more or less suppressed by the Wood realm. Therefore, it was impossible for them to launch an attack that could shatter the sky and crack the earth. However, they were still able to reach such a level, and that was the most terrifying thing. However, this was not the end of the wave of attacks. On the contrary, what was frightening was that this was only the beginning of the wave of attacks. Yi Qianshan had just evaded this wave of terrifying attacks when she directly swept her leg across the sky towards Yi Shiwen. Her kick was accurate and swift. It was also an invincible kick technique. As a former titled king, no one knew how many martial arts she knew. Accompanied by the roars of innumerable resentful souls, this leg kicked towards Yi Shiwen like lightning. Yi Shiwen stretched out his hands and opened a layer of barrier. Yi Qianshan's foot landed on the barrier and directly smashed it into pieces. However, the majority of the attack was also neutralized by Yi Shiwen. Only a small portion of the attack was received by him with one hand. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, and only then did he manage to neutralize all the force. However, he still opened his mouth and said, "Can you still fight like this?" The wounds on Yi Qianshan's body did not heal much, because Yi Shiwen's sword chi was too overbearing. Everything had to surrender to it. If she was not careful before, she would have been killed by Yi Shiwen's sharp eyes. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will just change to another body. Yi Qianshan said coldly. The divine light on her body flourished even more, bursting out even more astonishing light. This was an attack that many people could not imagine. Everyone knew that it was impossible for the Death Lord to completely disregard this physical body. Putting aside the question of where they could find a suitable physical body, every forceful reincarnation would result in injuries. It was not without a price. How could the Death Lord be as carefree as he claimed? Moreover, without a body, it was the weakest time for a god. At this time, even people who were far weaker than the Death Lord could pose a great threat to the Death Lord. Is she crazy? Is she really going to sacrifice her body to fight with Yi Shiwen? Many people exclaimed, as if they could not believe it. However, only Yi Shiwen knew that she did not dare to do so. There were so many people hiding here. Did she really want to abandon her body and escape? The legendary Death Lord was an invincible king. No one knew how many inheritances he had. Perhaps when the time came, those people would not be so calm. In order to cultivate to a higher realm, these people would definitely not let go of such an opportunity, even if it meant taking a risk out of desperation. Therefore, he was the least worried. Yi Shiwen no longer retreated. His hands turned into the sky-flipping seal, and he attacked Yi Qianshan. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's counterattack was launched instantly. He turned into a fierce beast in human form and directly attacked. He wanted to completely stabilize his advantage. He was extremely ruthless. With a flying kick, he sent Yi Qianshan flying again. His kick landed directly on her wound, aggravating her injury. It was like adding snow to snow. When it rains, it pours. Come again, you old hag, die while you still can. Yi Shiwen's whole body was burning to the limit, like a golden flame. His whole body turned into a phoenix, and he swooped down again, wanting to kill Yi Qianqian directly. This is so fierce. The Death Master only suffered a loss because of his carelessness, and now he has seized the opportunity. He's going to kill him. The situation has been completely reversed. I was more optimistic about the Death Lord, an old antique against a modern monster. Now it seems that the old antique is an old antique after all. Although the Death Lord is powerful, her era has passed. Just when everyone was exclaiming, Yi Xiwen's body turned into a phoenix and directly hit Yi Qianqian's body. She had even suffered such a shocking blow when she was still in midair. It was extremely terrifying. She directly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was especially miserable, and it was not comparable to the previous situation. It was as if the king of the world had been counterattacked. The situation had been completely reversed. Yi Qianqian was beaten up by Yi Xiwen, and she was completely at a disadvantage. Yi Xiwen repeatedly stepped in the sky, and the sound of thunder rumbled. He directly attacked, and the Han seal turned into an ancient sacred mountain and directly smashed down. "Break for me!" Yi Qianqian shouted, and an invisible force erupted from her body. In an instant, the ancient sacred mountain that Yi Xiwen had smashed down cracked, and even Yi Xiwen's palm cracked in an instant. Blood sprayed out. This was an unparalleled power. So terrifying. What kind of power is this? Many people watched as Yi Qianqian tore apart Yi Xiwen's terrifying attack, and then her whole body fell heavily to the ground. Yi Xiwen's speed was unbelievably fast. In the short period of time that Yi Qianqian was kicked into the air and then fell to the ground, he actually launched several attacks. That is the power of the rules that belong to a king-level powerhouse, someone said in a trembling voice. King-level powerhouses were supreme legends. Ordinary gods might not even see them a few times in their lifetime, but there were always some people with a deep foundation who had heard of all kinds of legends about king-level powerhouses. Among them, the power of the rules was one of them. God-level powerhouses were said to be detached from the world, and a punch could tear the sky and the earth, but they could not change the inherent rules of the world. But king-level powerhouses could. In their divine kingdom, they could reverse the rules to a certain extent. God said, "Let there be light," and so there was light. This kind of thing could be done by king-level powerhouses. Of course, this was only something that could be done to a certain extent. It wasn't a law, but an even more fundamental law that determined everything in the world. It was like a network. Those who understood the law would have divine abilities, and those who understood the law would be able to become emperors. This was the law of this world. However, there were too few people who could cultivate to that step, and even if there were, they rarely came out. They all worked hard to become emperor-level powerhouses. Therefore, they had heard of this kind of thing, but they had never seen it. If they were facing a real king-level powerhouse, they would not even need to do anything. They would only need to shout, and they would be able to kill a god. Of course, that was only possible in their own divine kingdom. As a former king-level powerhouse, the Death Lord naturally had such a method, but under normal circumstances he would not use it. After all, he was no longer a king-level powerhouse, and forcibly using it would put a great burden on his body. Yi Qianqian smashed into the ground, and a large pit appeared, and cracks appeared on the surface of her body. Chapter 2448. Yi Qianqian was gasping for breath. Although she had used the rule power of the verbal compliance law to break Yi Xiwen's attack, she had been hit by Yi Xiwen several times just now. She was already seriously injured, and now she was even more injured. Her recovery technique was also very mysterious, but Yi Xiwen did not give her any time to recover. Even if she had 1,000 tricks up her sleeves, it would be useless if she could not use them. The power of the verbal compliance law belonged to the skills of a titled king powerhouse. It was not a power that she could use now. For the current her, it was a taboo technique that she would not use easily. It was one of her trump cards. An invisible force had completely destroyed Yi Shiwen's formidable offensive without anyone noticing. What a terrifying technique this was! Many gods in the distance saw this scene and could not help but feel a chill down their spines. A former titled king powerhouse had used a power that far exceeded her realm for the first time. It was indeed terrifying. She had destroyed Yi Shiwen's attack in an instant. Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. That strange power just now had made him feel that it was impossible to defend against it. That strange power had not only destroyed his attack, but it had also injured his physical body. This was something that he had never expected. What kind of power was this? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but his body was not satisfied. He immediately chased after her, wanting to kill her directly. Boom! Yi Shiwen's sky-flipping seal smashed 100-meter deep pit in the ground, but it did not kill Yi Qianqian. At the crucial moment, Yi Qianqian dodged in one breath. Her reaction speed was really fast. Both of them slowed down. It should be said that Yi Shiwen also needed some time to recover. A series of killer moves had consumed too much energy. It was rare for Yi Qianqian to seize this opportunity to recover fully. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Both of them were terrifyingly tyrannical. Their strength and standards were far beyond the realm they should have. The Death Master himself represented the glory of an era, and Yi Shiwen was probably one of the strongest monsters of this era. These were the peak existences of two eras fighting across the river of time. Everyone was silent and looked at the two quietly. Both of them were ready to attack. Chen Tingkong, in particular, was staring at the two of them intently. He was also trying to verify the martial Tao in his heart. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Even when facing two monsters like them, he would not admit defeat. Yi Qianqian's injuries were recovering at an even more shocking speed. It was as if she had used some kind of forbidden power to make her body recover even faster. His fleshly body, which had been smashed to pieces, also recovered in an instant. What method did she use? She actually recovered immediately. Someone cried out. The scene they saw was unimaginable. Yi Qianqian's methods were truly astonishing. The more they thought about it, the more they felt their blood run cold. Could it be that the unparalleled vicious individual who fought against the 8 great king clans was about to revive? At this moment, they all had the urge to immediately run out and inform the elders of their clans to suppress him. Originally, the revival of an ancient king was not a big deal. It was not that such a thing had never happened before. Many of the kings were invincible masters. No one knew what methods they had, let alone whether they had left behind any backup plans. However, the Death Lord was different. The martial Tao she cultivated was destined to make the entire universe her enemy. The power of death should be cultivated in the world of the dead, but this was the world of the living. She wanted to turn the world of the living into the world of the dead. This was the fundamental reason why no one could tolerate the Death Lord. However, before she could fully recover, Yi Shiwen had already taken the initiative to restore his state to its peak. A terrifying cold light burst out from his eyes. He took a step forward and blasted towards Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian did not move at all. She was like a fairy that had descended to the world. Even though she had been beaten miserably by Yi Shiwen just now, it did not prevent her from being outstanding. She had confidence that ordinary people could not match. Yi Shiwen had recovered to his peak state, so he would never give Yi Qianqian another chance. Boom! He directly punched, displaying the 6 paths of reincarnation. A huge will fell from the sky, suppressing everything. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Qianqian recognized this supreme technique of the demon race at first glance, as expected of an old monster who had been invincible for many years. Her many years of experience were far from what the younger generation could compare to. You dare to hurt me. Death is coming to you, Yi Qianqian said coldly. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. It seemed that some kind of power had awakened in her body. No matter what kind of power you have, I will break you. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly. His whole body swooped down like an eagle. His left hand turned into a seal and fell down. The sky-breaking sword in his right hand slashed out an astonishing light. These two supreme means were enough to blast an ordinary master of the late stage of the undead realm into pieces. At this time, Yi Qianqian stood motionless, letting Yi Shiwen attack her. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out, raising a boundless amount of dust, and a terrifying power instantly spread out. What happened? Could it be that the Death Master was killed? Someone asked anxiously. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed. However, Yi Qianqian stood still. Yi Shiwen's sky-breaking sword and sky-flipping seal directly fell on her body. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. Yi Shiwen, is this your method? You are too weak. Your strength is too weak. Yi Qianqian said slowly. It was as if she was talking to Yi Shiwen in a condescending tone. Everyone had witnessed Yi Shiwen's strength. So, who would dare to treat him like an ant? Yi Shiwen's eyes were cold. He directly retreated. He did not hesitate at all. Everything needed to be calculated again. What kind of power did Yi Qianqian have? How could she be so powerful? My distant real body, lend me a little of your power. Even a little bit is good. Let me suppress the person in front of me. Yi Qianqian murmured. In her body, boundless spiritual power was burning. A terrifying aura rose from her body. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. They saw that a big hole was torn in the sky. A long river flowed out of it. The pale yellow color exuded a strange fragrance. Yellow springs. That's the yellow springs. A god of the older generation cried out in alarm. All the gods were shocked. It was a long river flowing in the world of the dead. It was a long river that flowed from the beginning of life to the end of life. It was extremely terrifying. The yellow springs often represented the world of death. It was feared by people. In this yellow river, a corpse slowly floated out. It was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a palace dress. She lay quietly in the yellow river as if she was asleep. However, there was no breath. As soon as the corpse floated out, it gave everyone an unimaginably heavy pressure that crushed down on them. Is that the real body of the Death Lord? Someone was shocked. If it was the real body of the Death Lord, then it was really terrifying. It was said that the real body of the Death Lord had been killed in the Xian world. However, even a dead king still had unimaginable power. Everyone could clearly see that there was a kind of supreme death aura flowing out from this corpse and enveloping Yi Qianqian's body. It was this death aura that had protected Yi Qianqian and rendered Yi Shiwen's attack ineffective. What followed was a scene that made everyone's hair stand on end. The real body of the Lord of Death, which was floating above the yellow spring, slowly stood up. It was as if he was going to walk out of the yellow spring and return to this world. That's impossible. Even if it's the Death Master's soul that's summoning it, the Death Master's body is already dead. How could it come out again? Could it be that the Death Master refined her divine shell into a puppet? Someone made a shocking conjecture. If this was really the case, it would be extremely terrifying. Turning the body of a king-rank powerhouse into a puppet, how terrifying would that be? Since ancient times, not many people had been able to do such a thing. Firstly, there weren't many gods that could be resurrected. Not to mention the fact that a king-rank powerhouse was ruthless enough to refine his own body into a puppet. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He was definitely a ruthless person of his generation. Not good. The Death Lord really is going to descend. If her primordial spirit merges with her true body, even if it is only for a moment, it will still be a disaster. Someone was already trembling, thinking of the legends related to the Death Lord. You want to resurrect? Don't even think about it. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch. It transformed into a world of humanity and bombarded towards Yi Qianqian. However, it was useless. No matter what kind of attack he used, he couldn't do anything to Yi Qianqian. It was as if she had been enveloped by some kind of power. It was impossible for ordinary people to approach her. If that's the case, then die. What's so great about a king? Since you're already dead, just die obediently. Why did you come out to scare people? Yi Shiwen said. Suddenly, a roulette appeared in his hand. He didn't wait for everyone to see it clearly. He directly threw it out. Boom! The roulette's power was boundless. It actually bombarded the real body of the Death Lord. The body that seemed sacred and inviolable was directly bombarded by the roulette. The yellow springs, which had been summoned by Yi Qianqian's magic power, began to blur. It wanted to return to the endless void. After all, the Death Lord was already dead. This method of borrowing the power of the dead was already a taboo method. If it wasn't for the fact that the Death Lord had the most understanding of the law of death, she wouldn't have been able to use it. However, no matter how much she understood the law of death, it was impossible to truly reverse life and death. She couldn't truly summon the dead. How dare you ruin my plan? Yi Qianqian roared in a sharp voice. Chapter 2449. How dare you ruin my plans? Yi Qianqian roared sharply. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this. The Death Lord had just summoned her true body. However, the truly terrifying thing wasn't that the Death Lord had summoned her true body. Although the true body was terrifying, it wasn't despair. The truly terrifying thing was that Yi Shiwen's roulette could actually injure Yi Qianqian's true body. What the hell was that? It was too terrifying. If an ordinary person were to suffer such a blow, wouldn't they die immediately? The Death Lord had all kinds of heaven-defying methods, but Yi Shiwen wasn't inferior either. He had all kinds of methods. However, although everyone tried their best to see what that roulette was, they couldn't see it clearly at all. Even if they opened their divine eyes, it was useless. There was a ball of light wrapped around the roulette. They couldn't see what it was at all. Yi Qianqian tried her best to maintain the summoning, but how could Yi Shiwen give her the opportunity? He didn't care about the Death Lord's true body. After getting rid of it, the Death Lord's true body would return to where it came from. Whoosh! He took a step forward and rushed in front of Yi Qianqian, taking advantage of the fact that the Death Lord's true body was injured by the 10,000 method roulette. The death energy that shrouded her body couldn't be that dense. He immediately forced out his divine sense and rushed into Yi Qianqian's mind. Yi Qianqian didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so bold. Rushing into someone else's mind was equivalent to entering someone else's divine kingdom. She was at a complete disadvantage. Very few people would do this unless they had no other choice. This was a space of nothingness that was usually closed. However, Yi Shiwen had forcefully opened a passage at this time. In this space, a woman was sitting cross-legged in midair. It was the Death Lord. Her appearance was no different from the Death Lord's true body. Behind her was Yi Qianqian's primordial spirit, which was on the verge of dissipating. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with incomparable killing intent. The Death Lord's spirit was constantly absorbing Yi Qianqian's spirit and was about to succeed. If Yi Shiwen had acted a little later, perhaps Yi Qianqian's soul would have truly dissipated. How did you come in? The Death Lord, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, suddenly opened her eyes and screamed, "Come in and kill you." Yi Shiwen said coldly, "I think you're courting death. This is my territory. You came in here and now you want to leave?" The Death Master said coldly, "This was the biggest problem with forcibly occupying a body, like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. This was because a person's divine sense space was their final territory. In here, people were invincible. Even if their strength was far greater than that of the person whose body was seized, there was still a small chance that they would fail. Therefore, Unless there was no other choice, this step would only be carried out. Yi Qianshan's soul seemed to have heard Yi Shiwen's voice. She was muddle-headed and had almost lost her consciousness. A cold look flashed through the Lord of Death's eyes. Everything was under her control. Although she was not the original owner, she had absorbed Yi Qianshan's soul over the past few days. She had basically become half the owner of this space. She waved her hand, and the talisman chains wrapped around Yi Qianshan's primordial spirit tightened. Yi Qianshan's primordial spirit groaned, but it was weak. Clearly it was at its weakest. "You're courting death." Yi Shiwen was furious. When he was outside, he had never thought that the situation would be so bad. Yi Qianshan was almost completely absorbed by the Death Master. Don't think about leaving since you've come in. Just as well. I'll destroy your soul, and then refine your body into a corpse slave. The Death Master said coldly, "A corpse slave refined by a genius like you has the potential to grow. It will be your honor to follow me to conquer the world in the future." "I think you've really gone mad," Yi Shiwen said coldly. "An old witch who has been dead for God knows how many years should lie obediently in her coffin. How dare she come out and cause trouble? Do you really think that no one in this world has the means to suppress the Een spirits?" "Shut up!" the Death Master screamed. Her pretty face revealed a somewhat ferocious expression. In fact, this was what she was most worried about. She didn't even hesitate to use the identity of Yi Qianshan. Otherwise, with her current strength, it would be a piece of cake for her to permanently change her appearance. However, she didn't. Why? She seemed to be hiding from something. Not only was she hiding from her former enemies, but the lifespan of the gods was eternal. There was no such thing as dying of old age. The king-level powerhouse who killed her in the past might still be alive. Moreover, there were more than a few king-level powerhouses in this world. Wasn't she killed when she was ferocious in the past? Moreover, she wasn't at her peak now. What's more, in the world, there are many orthodoxies that searched all over the world for this kind of resurrected Een spirits. By devouring these Een spirits to cultivate, these orthodoxies had left behind many divine abilities and techniques to suppress Een spirits. After all, she had really died at that time. She wasn't in a deep slumber after being seriously injured. Those were two completely different situations. Right now, she was hiding from the pursuit of these two. Normally, she used the identity of Yi Qianshan to travel the world. She also used the techniques that were stripped from Yi Qianshan's spirit. She didn't dare to use her own techniques. If she hadn't been forced to this extent by Yi Shiwen, things wouldn't have turned out this way. After this identity was exposed, she might really have to escape. She couldn't just randomly find a physical body. The strength of one's physical body was directly related to the cultivation of martial arts. She was born with the yin-yang eyes and was extraordinary. Finally, she killed her way to the realm of king-level powerhouses. Even Yi Qianshan's physical body was chosen carefully by her before she was satisfied with it. With her current situation, she didn't have the strength to take over another person's body. It could be said that she had been forced into a dead end this time. All of this was caused by Yi Shiwen. She looked at Yi Shiwen even more fiercely. "Do you think you can escape?" Yi Shiwen sneered. He had never felt so disgusted before. King Taizong's obsession to suppress the last evil spirit for the human race had not dissipated. He had dominated the god and demon battlefield for countless years. His true spirit had not dissipated. It made people cry. However, the Death Lord had harmed the people of the world for her own selfishness. Her actions were like polar opposites. They were both king-level powerhouses, but their actions were like two extremes. It was disgusting. "Even if I die, you will be buried with me. In this place, no one is a match for me." The Death Lord roared ferociously. She couldn't help but want to roar at the thought of living a life of hiding in the future. She revealed her true appearance as a malicious spirit. She could no longer maintain her fairy-like appearance. Whoosh! The Death Lord instantly made her move. She clawed towards Yi Shiwen, and a crack appeared in the sky. She attacked without the slightest scruple in this space. Yi Shiwen's reaction was also very fast. He directly punched out and collided with the Death Lord. Rumble! The entire space seemed like it was about to collapse. Yi Qianshan's primordial spirit began to groan. This was her primordial spirit space. If it collapsed directly, she would die on the spot. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, then go all out. She will die too, the Death Lord said while laughing. Although the two of them were fighting in the form of primordial spirits, their abilities had already surpassed the abilities of ordinary immortal level gods. It would not take long for the entire primordial spirit space to collapse. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's attack was very restrained. However, the Death Lord dared to go all out. She was already a little crazy. After being suppressed for so many years, she could no longer be considered a complete divine will. It was just an inextinguishable resentment that was causing trouble. If she were to recuperate slowly in the future, she might be able to recover. However, it was destroyed by Yi Shiwen now. Idiot. Do you think I dared to come in without any preparation? Yi Shiwen had already attacked before he finished speaking. His words were just to attract the Death Lord's attention. Suddenly, a kind of colorful light bloomed between heaven and earth, illuminating the entire space. Under the illumination of this light, Yi Qianshan's primordial spirit that was gradually collapsing actually slowly condensed again. It could not get better, but at least it did not continue to collapse. On the other hand, the Death Lord was the opposite. Her movements were instantly fixed. She was completely unable to move. She only saw the figure of an ancient tree behind Yi Shiwen. It was very huge. It seemed to be thousands of feet tall. It was extremely huge. It immediately fixed her in place. The enlightening mind, ancient tree. The Death Lord screamed. She was experienced and knowledgeable. She instantly recognized this legendary sacred tree. If it was in the past, the enlightening mind, ancient tree would not be able to do anything to her. However, at this time, it had become a symbol of her death. You still recognize the enlightening mind, ancient tree. In front of the enlightening mind, ancient tree. Do you think that your struggle is still meaningful? Yi Shiwen sneered. He had dared to rush into someone else's primordial spirit space so rashly. Naturally, he had something to rely on. The enlightening mind, ancient tree, was his biggest reliance. After all, even if he was not afraid, if the battle started and the primordial spirit space collapsed, Yi Qianshan would die even if she did not. Ah! The Death Lord was unable to move. Under Yi Shiwen's urging, she was instantly killed by the enlightening mind, ancient tree. For this kind of vengeful spirit, the enlightening mind, ancient tree, was the nemesis. As Yi Shiwen killed the Death Lord's primordial spirit, earth-shaking changes instantly erupted outside. The water of the underworld river and the real body of the Death Lord were pulled back into the black crack under the watchful eyes of everyone under the guidance of a mysterious force. What the hell is happening? Chapter 2450. Many people only saw the two of them in a stalemate, but the result was that the Death Lord was completely defeated. The real body that she summoned also retreated little by little into the endless abyss. When the Death Lord was killed, she also set up a powerful formation to suppress it in order to prevent the possibility of a zombie transformation in the future. Otherwise, she could directly control her own body to go out. She didn't have to use Yi Qianshan's body to walk like now. Even if she wanted to summon her real body, she would have to endure the suppression of the formation. She could only use it as a trump card and couldn't be used frequently. Even so, it was tyrannical enough. If she didn't encounter a freak like Yi Shiwen who had the 10,000 method roulette, how could others seriously injure the real body of the Death Lord, causing her to show flaws and finally let him rush into the spirit space? Moreover, Even if she rushed into the spirit space, the possibility of being killed by the Death Lord was the highest. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen actually had a heaven-defying thing like the enlightening mind ancient tree in his hands? If it weren't for all these accidents, with the strength of the Death Lord, it could be said to be foolproof. It would not be difficult for her to directly suppress Yi Shiwen. Unfortunately, it could only be said that man proposes, but God disposes. God did not allow her to survive. Qian. Yi Shiwen rushed forward and hugged Yi Qian's spirit. It had begun to become transparent, and her soul was almost scattered. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that the Death Lord and Yi Qian's spirit had been fusing and devouring for a period of time. Although the Death Lord was the dominant one, the two sides had already fused very deeply. If it weren't for the enlightening mind ancient tree that had stabilized her spirit, she would have been completely annihilated along with the Death Lord. He didn't dare to withdraw the enlightening mind ancient tree. Otherwise, Yi Qian would die on the spot. Right now, Yi Qian didn't even have a consciousness. He couldn't ask her anything. Yi Shiwen simply withdrew from the spirit space and hugged Yi Qian's soft body. The death energy on Yi Qian's body was too thick. This death energy was further eroding her body and spirit without the control of the Death Lord. If this continued, even if the enlightening mind ancient tree stabilized her spirit, it would only delay the process. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and simply opened the Tianyuan mirror, sucking Yi Qian into the thunder liquid lake. He had not used the power that he had collected before. He simply used the power of the thunder to resist the thick death energy on her body. Indeed, once she entered the thunder liquid lake, the death energy on her body immediately dissipated. It was as if she was crazy. Yi Shiwen was finally relieved. At least this way, the speed of Yi Qian's soul dissipating had been slowed down, so she should be able to hold on until she got out of the wood boundary. He hated himself. He should not have let Yi Qian accept the inheritance. Otherwise, things would not have turned out this way, because he was the one who sent Yi Qian into the inheritance. With regards to Yi Qian's situation, there was nothing Yi Shiwen could do. The power of death that the Death Lord was emitting far surpassed what Yi Shiwen could suppress. It was the power of a king-ranked, formidable martial artist. Moreover, Yi Qian couldn't endure any more torment. He could only suppress her injuries and prevent them from worsening further. This was the best method he could think of at the moment. Yi Qian's body went limp as Yi Shiwen carried her into his spirit artifact. No one knew what happened. Even Chen Tingkong did not see clearly. No one knew if Yi Qian was dead. It seemed like she was dead. Otherwise, the Lord of the Dead would not have given up. No one knew what had happened. Even Chen Tingkong didn't know what had happened. He didn't even know if Yi Qian was dead or not. It seemed that she was dead. Otherwise, the Death Master wouldn't have given up. In the eyes of many people, this battle had started very mysteriously and ended even more mysteriously. After settling Yi Qian down, Yi Shiwen did not stay. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. He could almost feel that this battle might really alarm some old freaks. This was what he did not want. Although Yi Shiwen left very quickly, the news of this battle still spread across the entire Woodwood realm at an astonishing speed. Yi Shiwen became famous in the Woodwood realm because he defeated Huan Jinyuan, Chen Tingkong, and Yi Qian. All three of them were peerless masters in the same realm, especially Yi Qian, the Lord of Death. She used to be a famous and invincible figure in the world, but now she was defeated by Yi Shiwen, which made people sigh. However, more people were shocked. They knew that if they were in Yi Qian's shoes, they would not be a match for Yi Qian either. They would probably be killed on the spot. Just like how Yi Qian had killed a peerless expert and had risen to fame, Yi Shiwen had defeated and killed so many invincible experts, one after another. This was enough to make him famous. In fact, he had almost become one of the most powerful people in the world. However, in this woodwood realm where people fought fiercely, this news was soon overshadowed. From time to time, there would be rumors of someone obtaining a treasure somewhere. Under such circumstances, the heavenly fire fruit was about to ripen. Many powerful cultivators were approaching the sway wood sect from all over the world. Countless powerful psyches descended upon the sway wood sect. Not only the cultivators outside the sway wood sect, but also the cultivators inside the sway wood sect. Is that Jinyuan? Rumor has it that he was injured by Yi Shiwen. He must have recovered during this period of time. Someone was shocked to see a golden feather crow descend from the sky and transform into a handsome man. However, his expression was rather ugly. He also heard the discussions of the people around him, and his heart was abnormally angry. However, it was a fact that he had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. Moreover, it wasn't a narrow defeat. Instead, it was a deathly defeat. Yi Shiwen had seized the opportunity to beat him up. This was the greatest shame and humiliation of his life. However, he didn't have the guts to face Yi Shiwen again. He wouldn't understand how terrifying Yi Shiwen was if he had never fought against him. Not only him, Chen Tinkong and Yi Qianqian were also defeated by Yi Shiwen. This made him feel much better. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that Yi Shiwen was a monster. After a while, a huge winged serpent descended from the sky. It turned into a young man with a gloomy face and a pair of wings on his back. This young man looked like a feather, but after seeing his true form, one would know that he was a powerful winged serpent. This was also a powerful ancient creature. There were not many of them, but each of them was an elite and powerful martial artist. This winged serpent looked at Jin Yuan and revealed a somewhat strange smile on its face. Jin Yuan's complexion suddenly became gloomy. This winged serpent had been defeated by him before, and had only been one move away from being defeated. But now, seeing that he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Yi Shiwen, how could he not gloat? If it wasn't for the heavenly fire fruit, he would have fought with this hateful serpent at the first moment. After that, several powerful martial artists from different tribes appeared one after another. All of them were heroes who could look down on the world. After these foreign tribes arrived, the martial artists of the human race finally arrived. The first to arrive was the young Fire Emperor. His whole body was red, like a human-shaped flame. Looking at him from afar, one would feel as though one would be burnt to a crisp. It was extremely terrifying. However, the young Fire Emperor's face didn't look good. Many people present knew that this time the Fire Tribe had sent many martial artists. However, a while ago, a large number of them had been inexplicably massacred. They had suffered heavy losses. This made the young Fire Emperor feel humiliated. He flew into a rage. However, there was nothing he could do. The Thunder Kirin had already destroyed most of the martial artists. The corpses of the martial artists had also been swallowed by the Thunder Kirin. There were no traces left behind. Therefore, he could only conclude that they had encountered the Thunder Kirin. Otherwise, with the strength of the martial artists of the Fire Tribe, they wouldn't have been completely annihilated. Therefore, in the past year, the young Fire Emperor had spent most of his time searching for the whereabouts of the Thunder Kirin. He had chased after the Thunder Kirin many times, wanting to avenge the martial artists of the Fire Tribe. Because of the Thunder Kirin, no one knew that the martial artists of the Fire Tribe had actually been killed by Yi Shiwen. After the young Fire Emperor, Sui Qing had also arrived. He was a tall and slender young man dressed in beast skin. Despite his young age, he had the aura of a human emperor. Even the Sui sovereign might not be as strong as him at this age. Sui Qing and the young Fire Emperor stood at the side, looking down on each other. The martial arts that they practiced made them natural enemies. After Sui Qing, another young martial artist of the human race arrived. It was Lei Yi from the Thunder Tribe. He had an unconcealable, sharp temperament. In terms of momentum, he was not much weaker than the young Fire Emperor. He also stood at the side, quietly waiting for the heavenly fire fruit to ripen. There were 30 fruits hanging on the sway tree. After 10,000 years, only these 30 fruits had ripened. No one dared to approach the sway tree. The flames were too terrifying. They only dared to wait from afar. After the heavenly fire fruit ripened, it would automatically separate from the tree. That was the time to fight for it. After Lei, another powerful tribe, the peerless genius of the Wind tribe, Fengling, also quietly appeared among the crowd. There were many legends about him. It was said that when his mother was pregnant with him, she accidentally swallowed a strange fruit. After that, when he was born, he was a natural genius. He could learn all the martial arts of the wind attribute in one go. He was born to be a wind spirit. In this generation of the ancestral land, he was also one of the most famous figures. They are all here. After Fengling, Qinlai and the others arrived late. However, the crowd did not have much interest in them after a glance. A group of people who had not even reached the eternal realm was not a threat at all. Chapter 2451. Among the group of immortal level masters, these immortal levels were not very eye-catching. They were the top masters of the middle generation of various tribes and forces. Even if they were not as powerful as the young Fire Emperor and the others, they were still powerful existences above the immortal level. Among this group of people, their abilities were not eye-catching, but they were particularly eye-catching. Even the immortal levels have come to join in the fun. Do they really think that they can snatch it? Someone sneered and said, a few immortal levels wanted to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger. It was really wishful thinking. Qinlai and the others were silent. They did not speak, nor did they explain. Why are there only a few of you from the martial sect this time? Where are the others? Suddenly, a scornful voice appeared, denouncing the people from the martial sect as a group of little ghosts. Of course, with the age of Qinlai and the others, they could only be regarded as a group of little ghosts. When Qinlai was born, many of these people were already famous in the world. It was a white jade trunk elephant who stood out and sneered at Qinlai and the others. It's him. No wonder he wants to provoke the disciples of the martial sect. It is said that he once slaughtered a human tribe and was chased by a senior of the martial sect to the ends of the earth. In the end, he barely escaped. I didn't expect to see him here this time. He is really brave. Someone immediately recognized the origin of the white jade trunk elephant. How could an ordinary person have the guts to provoke a disciple of the martial organization? Wasn't that courting death? As a sect established by Emperor Qin, who had undoubtedly become an emperor since ancient times, there was no doubt that the martial organization was powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Only those who were already being hunted would dare to do so. How dare you show up? Do you really think that there is no one in the human race? Qinlai glanced at the white jade trunk elephant coldly. Pfft, don't talk about the human race. I'm just targeting the martial sect. The martial sect is not just the human race, right? You are just a junior who has only achieved Tao for a few hundred years, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. It seems that I really have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The white jade trunk elephant said coldly, it seems that your IQ has not improved after so many years. It is really ridiculous. Qinlai said coldly. The white jade elephant was enraged and roared, I think you're courting death. The white jade long trunk elephant roared angrily and stomped down with its foot. Heaven and earth were collapsing, but the power was controlled very cleverly and only appeared within this area. It was very powerful and had already entered the imperishable realm. It was very impressive. How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of me? It just so happens that I'm still lacking a mount. Just be my mount obediently. Qinlai immediately attacked. His fist turned into a golden dragon and directly shattered the white jade elephant's shockwave. The white jade elephant was a little surprised. It did not expect Qinlai, an immortal level, to be able to break its attack. Although he did not use his full strength, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary immortal level. After all, immortal level and immortal level were two completely different levels. They were more than 10 times more powerful. I think you're looking to die. Divine elephant trampling. He roared and stomped down on Qinlai. Break it for me. Qinlai roared, and a sword intent suddenly appeared in his hand. It swept up and directly pierced the huge elephant's leg. Bang! There was a loud sound, and the huge elephant's leg was pierced by Qinlai's sword. Countless blood spurted out from the elephant's leg. Roar! The white jade elephant roared in pain. It had never thought that Qinlai's sword intent would be so terrifying. One should know that its leg was the hardest part of its body. Otherwise, it would not be able to display such amazing leg skills. Any divine weapon could be crushed in an instant. It did not expect that Qinlai's sword intent would be able to seriously injure it. This time, not only the white jade long-nosed elephant, but even the people from the major forces, who were not very concerned about it, suddenly looked at it in a new light. An immortal ranked being able to injure an eternal stage. This kind of combat power was already quite extraordinary. How could they not be surprised? Although they were disdainful, no one made trouble for Qinlai because there was a martial arts grandmaster behind him. No one could withstand the wrath of a martial arts grandmaster. It would be fine if they killed him in private without anyone seeing. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, they did not dare to do so. I've said it before, be my mount obediently. Unexpectedly, Qinlai took the initiative to attack. While the white jade elephant was injured, he immediately attacked. He slapped down with his palm, and his 5 fingers turned into a mountain. It was like an ancient divine mountain, crashing down on the spot. This was also a very famous, unique skill among the martial arts grandmasters. It was very difficult to deal with. The white jade elephant roared crazily. It was a great shame that it was bullied by an immortal level warrior. It roared and swung its trunk at Qinlai. It was as hard as a steel rod, and it was about to pierce through Qinlai's palm. Bang! There was another loud roar. The white jade elephant's trunk exploded into a rain of flesh on the spot. Golden blood splashed into the blue sky. In the collision between the two sides, the body that it was proud of could not withstand a single blow from Qinlai's tactics of 99. Bang! The immemorial god mountain slammed directly on the white jade long-trunk elephant's body, smashing its back into a bloody mess. The white jade long-trunk elephant wanted to get up, but before it could react, it was slapped down by Qinlai again. It was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Bang! 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 The only thing that could be heard was a loud roar accompanied by the white jade long-trunk elephant's screams. Every time the white jade long-trunk elephant tried to break free and escape, it was useless. It was beaten down by Qinlai. Are you convinced? If you're not, I'll have to kill you. Qinlai said faintly, casually. Many of the undead level masters around could not help but be moved. They had a natural, psychological advantage over the immortal level. Fundamentally, it was because the immortal level was not their opponent at all. However, when they saw Qinlai beat up the white jade elephant of the undead level so miserably, they also felt that their dignity had been challenged. The high and mighty attitude they had towards the immortal level masters no longer existed. There were also many people who were secretly speechless. Martial Grandmaster Qinlai could only be regarded as a rising junior. Originally, they did not take him seriously. However, he was already so powerful after just a few hundred years. If he continued to develop in the future, sooner or later, he would be on par with them. In the eyes of everyone, Qinlai was already an existence that could vaguely be mentioned in the same breath as them. Junior, aren't you being a little too domineering? Suddenly, a young expert of the demon race attacked and slammed his palm towards Qinlai. Although he said that Qinlai was overbearing, his attack was even crueler. He did not even give face to the martial grandmaster. Your cultivation is still far from enough. I think you should go back and cultivate for a few more years. This time, you will not have a share of the heaven fire fruit. If you say there is no share, then there is no share. Who are you? A lazy voice came. Qin Lai and the others immediately looked happy. Whoosh! A sword chi descended from the sky and rushed down. This big hand was blown up in the air, and it almost injured the master of the demon clan behind it. Only then did everyone see Shiwen's figure floating down from the sky. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down on the world. Who do you think you are? Do you want to look down on us? The one who spoke was the master of the demon clan who had just had a big hand cut off by Yi Shiwen. It was a huge spider. It was different from ordinary spiders. Its whole body was golden, and it exuded an extremely dangerous aura. So it's him. He's really a lawless existence. Wasn't it said that he was the most powerful genius of the golden spider race? It's been a long time since a powerful figure has appeared in this race. However, he's different. He even has the potential to become a king. He's extraordinary. So what? Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He walked down step by step, then looked at the golden spider and said, You just said that his cultivation is not good enough, and he needs to go back and practice for 2 more years. I think you are the one who needs to go back and practice for 2 more years. What did you say? The golden spider opened its eyes wide and looked at Yi Shiwen with a sharp glint in its eyes. He turned into a handsome young man in front of everyone's eyes. However, he was different from ordinary people. There were 2 pairs of eyes on his forehead. His whole body was dark green, and there was a strange light flickering in them. Don't you understand human language? I said, This time there is no heavenly fire fruit for you. You should go back and practice for 2 more years. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, Who is he? How dare he talk to the golden spider like that? Don't you know him? He is that Yi Shiwen who had caused such an uproar before. Didn't you see the hatred in Jin Yuan's eyes when he looked at him? He is that Yi Shiwen who fought against 3 people at once. He is indeed outstanding. He dares to stand in the sky and look down on so many heroes. This courage is enough. What? The golden spider suddenly became angry. It roared and instantly spouted out countless spider silks. These silks turned into golden swords and chopped towards Yi Shiwen. This was also a lawless character who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. He had always been an invincible character and had cultivated such an imposing manner. Just a drizzle. Is there no stronger one? No wonder this clan has not produced any strong masters for a long time. Is this all they have? Yi Shiwen said in a mocking tone. His figure shuttled back and forth between these golden swords. No matter how these swords bombarded his body, they couldn't hurt him even a little bit. Chapter 2452. These attacks fell on Yi Shiwen's body, but they couldn't do anything to him. In fact, they were completely useless. The moment the attacks landed on his body, they all collapsed and dispersed. Everyone could clearly see that the attack hadn't been blocked. Instead, it had landed on Yi Shiwen's body. However, it couldn't even break his skin. Many people held their breaths one after another. Everyone knew the strength of the golden spider very well. It was definitely not an ordinary creature. However, its attacks could not even break Yi Shiwen's defense. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Even the eyes of the golden spider were filled with shock and uncertainty. His spider silk was refined day and night using divine power. It was extremely powerful. An immortal realm expert would be severely injured if they were to touch it. However, all of these had fallen on Yi Shiwen's body. Not even a strand of his hair had been hurt. Such a physical cultivation was simply terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the rumors. It was not that it had never heard of Yi Shiwen's rumors, but the rumors were often exaggerated. Moreover, it had absolute confidence in its own strength. No matter who the enemy was, it could kill them. However, Yishuin was much more difficult than I had imagined. If it was in the past, when the heaven fire fruit matured, it would have been fine to bear with it. However, Yishuin dared to say that its cultivation was not good enough and asked it to get lost, although it was the one who said it first. It was true that it could not bear with it. The next time the heaven fire fruit matured would be tens of thousands of years later. Tens of thousands of years was a long period of time even for a god with unlimited lifespan. It would not be able to wait for the next time. Clang! With a piercing sound, a long spear appeared in the hands of the golden spider. It was golden in color and covered in fur. Vaguely, it looked like a huge spider that could devour the heaven-devouring titanic beast. Hiss! That is the golden spider emperor spear. Yes, it is the golden spider emperor spear. It is said that the golden spider emperor spear was refined by the legs of the King Seal realm ancestor of the golden spider clan after his death. It has always been passed on to the patriarch. I didn't expect it to be passed on to him. Looks like his position in the golden spider clan has been confirmed, and no one can replace him. It's a tragedy for this race to have a successor chosen so early, but it's a great thing for him, because no one will come to compete with him for resources, and the whole race will revolve around him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, that golden spider holding a long spear instantly rushed in front of Yishuin. It was brave and invincible, just like a peerless general, and the long spear in its hand directly pierced towards Yishuin. This golden spear light came out, and the Zhenqi protecting Yishuin's body instantly melted like a piece of tofu, and simply couldn't stop it. That's the Spider Emperor's poison. Legend has it that the Golden Spider Emperor's spear contains the poison cultivated by the ancestor of the Golden Spider race, by Shang. It's invincible and extremely terrifying. Many people's expressions immediately changed. They all deeply knew just how terrifying this Spider Emperor's poison was. Just touching it would truly result in death. There was absolutely no chance of escaping. The young Fire Emperor and the others also secretly nodded their heads. The fight between the two of them was enough to test the limits of their strength, and they could also take this opportunity to see if they knew themselves and knew their enemy, and they would never be defeated. Both of them weren't ordinary people, and it would be for the best if both of them could injure each other. At the same time, they were also thinking about how difficult it was to deal with the Spider Emperor's poison. If they were in Yishuin's place, what kind of technique would they use to deal with it? However, Yishuin's attack was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Yishuin simply raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The golden spider's face revealed a sinister smile. This outsider obviously didn't know how powerful the golden spider emperor's spear was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to block it with his hand. Soon, everyone would be able to witness his tragic death. That was the poison of a titled king level powerhouse. Bang! There was a loud sound as Yishuin's palm collided with the golden spider emperor's spear. However, what really surprised everyone was that Yishuin's palm didn't get pierced in an instant. On the contrary, there was only a muffled sound like thunder. The divine power spread out and swept away like a violent storm. The endless power of thunder exploded in the midst of this violent tide of divine power. Then, a layer of thunder glove appeared on Yishuin's palm. Countless magic characters were flowing on it like a flowing water. With the protection of this layer of thunder glove, Yishuin forcefully blocked the piercing of the golden spider emperor's spear. This attack was indeed terrifying. The power of thunder that Yishuin had condensed was actually melted by the poison and penetrated through the void. However, the most important thing was that it still couldn't break through Yishuin's defense. Is this all you've got? I don't think it's that great. Yishuin's eyes flashed with a bit of coldness. He looked at the heaven fire fruit in the sky. Flames were constantly spitting out, and it was not far from ripening. Damn, you're going to die today. The golden spider roared, and its body flashed. In an instant, the endless aura of spear Tao emitted from its body. The golden spider emperor's spear in its hand was strange and overbearing, as if it was charging into the battlefield. The spear light was like a mountain torrent, unstoppable. Yi Shiwen still didn't move. His palm was like an ancient divine mountain, and it fell down. The endless power of thunder was wrapped around it, and it directly bombarded the golden spider emperor's spear. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the golden spider's attack was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. What kind of magical power is this? It's too strong. This Yi Shiwen is even more terrifying than the rumors. Many people had a lingering fear in their hearts. The only one who was in a good mood was probably Jin Yuan. You guys laughed at me, and now you see it's not that I'm too weak, but this guy is too abnormal. But it's a pity the golden spider emperor's spear is a top-grade divine tool, and it can't display its full power now. It was actually blocked by Yi Shiwen with just his body. It's really too embarrassing. Someone couldn't help but say, but in his heart he was even more shocked. He really looked at Yi Shiwen in a new light. This time it wasn't just rumors, but real strength. I haven't seen him for more than a year, and he's even more abnormal. Qin Lai looked at the battle between Yi Shiwen and the golden spider in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, he was still high and mighty, far above Yi Shiwen, but now he almost couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's rhythm. In all fairness, his cultivation speed in these years wasn't slow, but who asked Yi Shiwen to be so abnormal? If he had ascended in these years by riding on a rocket, then Yi Shiwen would have flown up in a spaceship that could fly at the speed of light. Damn, among my dragon clan, there aren't many who can fight with him. Ao Yin couldn't help but say. It seemed that he was also shocked. The same was true for Monk Huizhen. The few of them were considered to have a great background, and their inheritance was extensive. Their ancestors could be traced back to their ancestors, who were either emperors or top king level powerhouses. They could be called heroes among their peers, but in front of Yi Shiwen, they seemed to be somewhat overshadowed. Only Yi Shukong was very calm. These people had just seen Yi Shiwen's abnormal strength. He had seen it a lot when he was in the Yi clan of the remote antiquity. He and Yi Shiwen amazed the Yi clan almost at the same time. But later, even though he had many fortuitous encounters, became the disciple of a famous teacher, and joined the martial sect, he was still left far behind by Yi Shiwen. He was already too tired to complain. How could a human compare with a monster? Forget it. If this goes on, we will really be left behind by him. This can't go on. I must go back to the palace to practice. Ao Yen vowed, I want to participate in the Kurfürst Road. Are you out of your mind? Qin Lai couldn't help but look at Ao Yen and said, Don't you know what kind of place it is? It's filled with the strongest monsters since ancient times. They all hold their breath and want to become the champion. They want to find that glimmer of hope. How many people have gone in and turned into ashes? Do you want to die? I don't dare to go to that place either. Monk Huizhen also couldn't help but tremble. Our talent is not inferior to theirs, but our cultivation time is too far behind theirs. When the next 100,000 years starts, the three of us will be enough to sweep away everything if we join forces. Why bother going in at this time? I can guarantee that the abnormal Yi Shiwen will definitely go. When he comes out from inside, I'm afraid we won't even be qualified to look up to him. Ao Yen said unwillingly, Besides, it's not like no one has done this, right? I don't believe that I can't do it if others can do it. Let me ask you, are you going or not? All right. Since you've said so, how can I say no? That's not something I can do. I will go back and find the abbot to learn the 6-word incantation and let them see that our Western paradise is the orthodox Buddhism. Monk Huizhen gritted his teeth and said, Count me in. Maybe there will be a big opportunity. Qin Lai said. At this time in the mid-air, the golden spider began to rage because it couldn't take down Yi Shiwen for a long time. It felt completely humiliated because Yi Shiwen had only used a few moves, but he had completely restrained it. Go to hell. The golden spider let out a loud shout and swept out with his spear. The spear kept changing in the sky, transforming into millions of spear lights. What was truly terrifying was that each of the spear lights contained a completely different spear Dao. Their might was terrifying. Yi Shiwen didn't move. He didn't even use any other magical power. He just used the Hans seal to transform into an ancient sacred mountain and smashed it down. The spear lights of the golden spider were completely annihilated. Except for the poison on the golden spider's emperor spear, he didn't care about anything else. Compared to a terrifying existence like the Death Lord, it was simply not on the same level. Do you think you have broken my spearway? This is just the beginning. The golden spider let out a loud roar, and a spear suddenly appeared in the sky and pierced towards Yishuin. Chapter 2453. The long spear carried an unimaginable might and set off a crazy storm. Countless powerful creatures appeared on its surface and shouted as they pounced towards Yishuin to kill him. All of them were powerful existences that had been beheaded by this long spear. After their deaths, a trace of unwillingness and resentment had been attached to the long spear and had been refined to become the accomplices of the powerful enemies during their lifetime. The previous offensive was just a pretense, and this was the real attack. When everyone reacted, this spear was already close to Yishuin's head, and it was about to blast Yishuin's head open. Really? Is this your secret technique? It's still far from it. Yishuin sneered. Now I don't have time to play with you. Break for me. Yishuin's aura suddenly changed, like an ancient divine mountain, rising steeply from the ground, incomparably majestic. His whole body soared into the sky, and above his body, 9 thunder dragons condensed and slowly twined around his body. It looked as if an emperor was walking in the world. Break for me. Yishuin let out a long roar, and his stature suddenly rose by a level. Then he grabbed the golden spider emperor spear that was about to pierce through his head, and then with a big stride he instantly rushed in front of the golden spider and shot his palm down, which turned into a divine seal and fell down. Bang! The golden spider suddenly flew upside down, and its mouth repeatedly spurted out blood. In an instant, it was seriously injured by Yishuin's palm, and after crashing into several mountains, it tumbled to the ground. What? The golden spider was actually defeated. It's not surprising that it was defeated, but it was actually defeated in one move. How can this Yishuin be so strong? Could it be that Yishuin didn't use his full strength a moment ago? Many people came to this conclusion and could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The strength of the golden spider was already terrifying enough, but Yishuin was actually able to contend with it without using his full strength and had seriously injured it in one move. This kind of strength was really too frightening. Did he really just step into the undead realm? In everyone's opinion, even the peak of the undead realm was not so terrifying. Go now, and I will spare your life, Yishuin said coldly. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Being humiliated by Yishuin in public, the golden spider suddenly became furious. It roared, and a boundless aura erupted from its body. Even the sky couldn't withstand such a heavy aura, and suddenly shattered. Then its whole body instantly flew up, forcibly suppressing its injuries, and rushed towards Yishuin to kill him. The aura was endless, crushing the space, and instantly arrived in front of Yishuin. Can't you see the truth? Yishuin clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and directly blasted a punch. He didn't use any special magical power, just one punch, but it was enough to shatter the world and directly hit the body of the golden spider. The golden spider let out a blood-curdling screech, and his entire body was sent flying upside down. His entire head had been blown off by Yishuin. If he was not an Eternal Realm expert, then this move alone would have been enough to seriously injure him or even kill him. Oh my God, am I seeing things? This Yishuin is too savage. How terrifying. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the golden spider being violently beaten. It was as if they had seen a miracle. This time, the golden spider was not in a hurry to find Yi Shiwen. If he still didn't know that Yi Shiwen was far from being a match for him, then his tens of thousands of years of life would have been in vain. Previously, he had been blinded by anger, but now he had completely calmed down after these 2 blows. Fellow brothers, are you going to let him continue to be arrogant? This bastard is so savage, and he doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Are you going to sit back and do nothing? The golden spider looked at the peerless figures in the sky. All of them were extraordinary people, and among them there were many arrogant people. He hoped that some of them didn't like Yi Shiwen and would come out to stop him. He didn't believe that none of these people would be able to take care of Yi Shiwen. At this time, he didn't have any hope of a one-on-one fight. This Yi Shiwen was too abnormal. However, the reply he received was complete silence. Seeing that the heavenly fire fruit was about to ripen, no one wanted to complicate matters. Didn't the golden spider think too highly of itself just now and meddle in other people's business? That's why things ended up like this. If they stood up for him at this time, then they would be targeted by Yi Shiwen. Not only would they be beaten black and blue like the golden spider, but even if they were stalled by Yi Shiwen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Thousands of years of planning would be ruined, and such consequences were not something they could bear. If they wanted to be in the limelight, then they would have to look at themselves first. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's strength was indeed incomparably frightening. The golden spider had tried his best, but still couldn't find out the bottom line of his true strength. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. Therefore, even those who usually had the most explosive temper and couldn't stand Yi Shiwen didn't stand up for him. Yi Shiwen dared to take the risk of losing the heavenly fire fruit to deal with the golden spider, but they didn't have the courage to do so. Moreover, with one less powerful competitor, didn't this mean that there would be one more heavenly fire fruit? Then, their chances of obtaining the fruit would be much greater. At this time, they didn't want to stand up for the golden spider. Yi Shiwen glanced at the crowd. How could he not know what they were thinking in their hearts? He couldn't help but sneer and said, "Why are you still not getting out of here? If you annoy me, then I will kill you." Compared to the others, the golden spider's background was indeed not that powerful. It was a declining clan, but it only had this outstanding character. One could imagine how much it had declined in the end. Just you wait, this matter is not over. The golden spider bitterly looked at Yi Shiwen, but ultimately didn't dare to stay. Although the heavenly fire fruit was important, but how could it be more important than its own life? Idiot! Yi Shiwen indifferently said, if it wasn't afraid of him now, then there was nothing to be afraid of in the future. The reason why he didn't bring the golden spider was because he was afraid of attracting public anger. If so, then it was very likely that it would affect his future plans. At the same time, it was also to establish his prestige and scare off some rascals, so that they wouldn't have to waste more effort. Not long after the golden spider left, a burst of strange fragrance suddenly assailed everyone's nostrils. Everyone's spirit was aroused because the heavenly fire fruit was finally ripe. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a stream of light flashed in the sky. The heavenly fire fruit separated from the sway wood and flew in all directions like shining stars in the night sky. Let's go and grab the heavenly fire fruit. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His figure flashed and he rushed out. He then grabbed a heavenly fire fruit on the spot. Qinlai and the others weren't slow either. They also rushed towards a heavenly fire fruit. There were 7 or 8 heavenly fire fruits flying towards them, and they happened to catch the attention of Yi Shiwen and the others. Yi Shiwen's speed was the fastest. He had already grabbed a heavenly fire fruit in a flash. His speed was astonishing. The heavenly fire fruit was like a ball of flame. It was engraved with simple and unadorned patterns. These patterns were not engraved on it, but were innate because they contained the flame essence of the sway wood. If the heavenly fire fruit could escape from the pursuit of everyone, it would have the opportunity to evolve into a sway fire essence. In that case, it would be truly against the natural order. However, the probability of this happening was very low. Not many heavenly fire fruits could successfully evolve in the past. Otherwise, the Sui fire essence wouldn't be so precious. Yi Shiwen grabbed the heavenly fire fruit and stored it in the Tianyuan mirror. At this time, only then did he have the mind to pay attention to the situation in all directions, according to the tacit agreement of everyone. Even if a person obtained a heavenly fire fruit, he could only pick one and not all of them. Otherwise, it would arouse public indignation. No one could bear the indignation of so many giants. Qinlai and the others who were following behind him also had their eyes on a heavenly fire fruit. They grabbed it in their hands. With Yi Shiwen keeping watch, no one dared to snatch it from them. The remaining 2 heavenly fire fruits triggered a fierce competition. Many undead realm experts instantly started fighting, and even the vault of heaven was shattered. But at this time, a golden light directly rushed in, bringing with it a ball of flame. Several Eternal Realm experts who couldn't dodge in time were burnt to ashes. Yi Shiwen fixed his eyes on the person. Who else could it be other than Jin Yuan? Although he had been taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen before, he also understood how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. In this direction, there would certainly be no peerless experts left to compete with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was too strong. In this case, it gave him a chance to not compete with others because Yi Shiwen could only pick one heavenly fire fruit at most. There were 2 left, with no other peerless experts competing. How could anyone be a match for him? He easily snatched one heavenly fire fruit. His entire person looked like a sun god. At this time, he finally found some confidence. Sure enough, this was the normal situation. He should be invincible. The reason why he had been taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen before was not because he was too weak, but because Yi Shiwen was too abnormal. The remaining heavenly fire fruit triggered a bloody battle. Many people fought a cruel battle. This was their last chance. Basically, all the experts from all sides were fighting, but no one could truly suppress Yi Shiwen. At this time, a huge figure descended from the sky and swallowed the heavenly fire fruit. It was none other than the winged serpent. However, the winged serpent's body was covered with wounds. Some of the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen, and blood was constantly dripping from them. He had been competing elsewhere, but in the end he was no match for Yi Shiwen and had been seriously injured. Now he had no choice but to come here to compete for the last heavenly fire fruit. It was also because of Yi Shiwen's presence that there were no more peerless experts here. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated by now. This was all thanks to Yi Shiwen's outstanding strength. Chapter 2454. The person who had beaten up the winged serpent was none other than the young Fire Emperor. The young Fire Emperor was determined to get his hands on the heavenly fire fruit. Corpses littered the ground. In the end, he met the strongest opponent, which was the winged serpent. The 2 of them engaged in a shocking battle. Both sides were powerful figures. Neither of them were ordinary people. It was difficult to end the battle easily. In the end, the young Fire Emperor defeated the winged serpent. He almost roasted the winged serpent. The winged serpent, who had been seriously injured, could only return to fight for the remaining heavenly fire fruit. The others didn't want to get into a conflict with Yi Shiwen. After all, they only wanted to obtain the heavenly fire fruit. Everything else was secondary to them, and all of this fell into Yi Shiwen's eyes. He had no one to compete with him, so he ended it the fastest. His eyes and ears were alert, and everything fell into his eyes. Apart from the fight here, the fights in other places had reached a climax. The faster ones had already reached the end, but the others had only just begun. The young Fire Emperor had just defeated Lei Yi and snatched a heavenly fire fruit. However, just as he snatched a heavenly fire fruit, he was enraged. A bolt of lightning had appeared and snatched a heavenly fire fruit. "Those who block me shall die." This ball of lightning struck and killed several imperishable realm experts in succession. It swallowed them all in one gulp, revealing its true form. Who else could it be but the Thunder Cheelin? Thunder Kirin had been watching from the side, waiting for the best opportunity to appear. In order to snatch the heavenly fire fruit, he had even suppressed his anger towards Yi Shiwen. There were too many experts present. Although he was strong, he could not defeat everyone. During this period of time, he had angered everyone. There were many who wanted to kill Thunder Kirin and eat his godly shell. Hence, he did not dare to show himself. He could only snatch a heavenly fire fruit at a critical moment. You are courting death, you beast. You finally dare to show yourself. The young Fire Emperor saw Thunder Kirin and went crazy. So many people from the Fire tribe were missing. It was suspected that they had been swallowed by Thunder Kirin. How could he let this matter rest? The Thunder Kirin transformed into a ball of lightning and didn't dare to stay any longer. He didn't want to be caught by these powerful beings. As for the little Fire Emperor, he transformed into a ball of flames and chased after the Thunder Kirin. His speed was extremely fast as he chased after them. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the Woodwood realm. Yi Shiwen also saw Chun Tinkong soar into the sky and snatch a heavenly fire fruit apart from the battles of the young Fire Emperor, the Wind Spirit, and the others. Yi Shiwen and the others had snatched away the 6 heavenly fire fruits. However, the remaining 24 heavenly fire fruits had fallen into the hands of those peerless experts. Only a few heavenly fire fruits remained, and they were the targets of the other experts. Therefore, everyone was fighting over these few heavenly fire fruits. Yi Shiwen's eyes were looking in all directions, and his ears were listening in all directions, but his eyes weren't focused on them. He had been waiting. Qin Lai had also subdued the heavenly fire fruit and started observing. There were a few others who were doing the same. Although the heavenly fire fruit was important, it was not the most important thing. They were all waiting for the Sway Fire Essence to show up. Almost all of the heavenly fire fruits had been snatched away, but the Sway Fire Essence had yet to show up. The Sway Fire Essence was formed from the heavenly fire fruit, and it had gained sentience. Therefore, the heavenly fire fruit was very important to the Sway Fire Essence. If the Sway Fire fruit could devour another heavenly fire fruit, it would be able to improve its power to an unimaginable level. Every heavenly fire fruit was formed from the energy of the Sway wood. Only 30 heavenly fire fruits could be produced in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, they were extremely precious. Once the heavenly fire fruit transformed into the Sway Fire Essence, it would instantly become a powerful existence above the Tao realm. The more time passed, the more energy it refined, and the stronger it would become. If it could refine a few more heavenly fire fruits, it might even be able to form another Swaywood body. To a certain extent, the heavenly fire fruit was one of the seeds of the Swaywood. Therefore, there was a high chance that the Sway Fire Essence would appear and steal the heaven fire fruits. In fact, this was not the first time that something like this had happened. The Sway Fire Essence that kept appearing was already at the critical moment of its transformation. Once it completed its transformation, it would grow to an unimaginable level. Qin Lai wanted to snatch the Sway Fire Essence and devour its energy to improve his cultivation to an unimaginable level. He might even be able to kill his way into the ranks of the Almighty of the Sage Realm. It was not just 1 or 2 people who had this idea. Many people knew about it. Therefore, there were many people who had this idea. Wind Spirit, Chen Tinkong, and the others were also waiting. Later, I will help you block everyone. You use all your strength to capture the Sway Fire Essence. Yi Shiwen said to Qin Lai through telepathy. Yes. Qin Lai nodded. Don't worry. Although we are not strong enough yet, we can still help you block one of them. Don't worry. Ao Yen and the others said. They had complete confidence in themselves. Although they were no match for Chen Tinkong and the others, it was not a problem to block them. It's out. The Sui fire essence is out. At that moment, a ball of fire leaped out from the Sui wood and turned into a human figure. It reached out towards the sky fire fruit. It was a human figure of fire, exuding extreme flames and an extremely dangerous aura. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The Sui fire essence is mine. Sui Qing was the first to make a move. He had come for the Sui fire essence. Now that the young fire emperor had left, Sui Qing was the one who needed the Sui fire essence the most. He reached out his hand and turned it into a huge hand, grabbing at the fire essence. The Sui fire essence seemed to have expected that someone would take advantage of the situation to grab it. It turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. It regrouped in another direction and appeared right in front of the sky fire fruit. In an instant, he grabbed the heavenly fire fruit and absorbed it into his body. Then, it tried to return to the Sui wood at lightning speed. Only the Sui wood was the safest place to be, where no one could catch it. Stay here. Chen Tinkong also made his move, grabbing towards the sky fire fruit. Other than Chen Tinkong, Wind Spirit, Lei Yi, and the others also made their moves. Yi Shiwen was no exception. He instantly attacked. Everyone had the same goal at this moment. They wanted to cut off the Sui fire essence's escape route first. Chapter 2455. Any one of them could pose a great threat to the Sui fire essence, let alone so many of them attacking at the same time. Immediately, the sky and the earth were covered, blocking the Sui fire essence's escape route. Every one of them possessed extraordinary skills, and when they all grabbed towards the Sui fire essence, they covered the sky and covered the earth, making them look like a mighty army. Bang! The Sui fire essence let out a miserable shriek and was instantly sent flying by Chen Tinkong's slap. Chen Tinkong's attack did not do much to the Sui fire essence, but it was followed by another group of people that blocked its path. Boom! The Sui fire essence was sent flying and landed on the ground, creating a huge pit. Now, Qinlai, hurry up and do it. I will stop them. Yi Shiwen transmitted his voice to Qinlai. Without any hesitation, Qinlai took a big stride forward, stepped on a green lotus and grabbed at the fire essence. Courting death! Sui Qing was enraged. Someone dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and he was not even in the eternal realm. A ball of flame lashed towards Qinlai like a long whip. You'll have to get through me first. Qinlai stretched out his hand and crushed the ball of flames. A figure appeared in front of Qinlai. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. Sui Qing's facial expression turned ugly. He had been trying his best to avoid a conflict with Yi Shiwen, but in the end, a huge conflict was inevitable. There were 30 heavenly fire fruits, so he could choose not to compete for them. However, there was only one Sui fire essence in front of him, so he could not give it up. Yi Shiwen, don't tell me that you plan to block all of us just for him? Jin Yuan shouted in a loud voice. He wasn't afraid since everyone was present at this time. So what? Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Everyone's face turned ugly. Yi Shiwen was clearly looking down on them. Seeing that Qinlai had already started to refine the Sui fire essence, everyone started to panic. Let's see how you are going to stop me. Lei Yi roared and took the lead. They were only afraid of Yi Shiwen, but that did not mean that they were afraid of him. With a teleportation, countless lightning talismans covered his body, and he grabbed at Qinlai. His speed was extremely fast. It was like a flash of lightning. Just as he was about to succeed and a smile of success appeared on his face, a figure descended from the sky. The figure's right hand turned into a seal, turning into an archaic divine mountain in the sky and grabbing down. I don't believe you can hurt me. It was already too late for Lei Yi to react. He didn't even have the time to think about how Yi Shiwen had arrived so quickly. However, he didn't want to give up, so he simply chose to resist. Every pore on his body was spurting out the power of thunder. This power of thunder transformed into a kind of rune and formed a thunder armor on his body. Lightning was the most powerful offensive method, and now it was also the most powerful divine ability for defense. Bang! Yi Shiwen's archaic sacred mountain directly fell on Lei Yi's body, instantly smashing his thunder armor into pieces. The seemingly mighty thunder armor simply couldn't block Yi Shiwen's Han seal, and instantly smashed down. Lei Yi let out a muffled groan. His whole body was smashed into a bloody mess by Yi Shiwen. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He forcibly resisted Yi Shiwen's attack and was directly hit on his back. He was already prepared to be seriously injured, but he still underestimated Yi Shiwen's means. He was seriously injured, but he still couldn't get the Sway Fire Essence. This was a double loss. We have to work together. Otherwise, we won't have a share of the Sway Fire Essence. At this time, Jin Yuan said. His eyes were filled with even more fear towards Yi Shiwen. Lei Yi couldn't even withstand a single attack. Although he deliberately took the attack head-on, it still showed how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Yes, this guy is a bit too arrogant. We must completely suppress him. Winged Serpent's pair of snake eyes stared at Yi Shiwen. He wanted the Sway Fire Essence, but he was afraid of being killed by Yi Shiwen. So he could only choose to drag someone else along. Good, I want to see what kind of ability this outsider has to dare to go against all of us. Wind Spirit stepped forward and said coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. He was also a supreme hero. How could he be willing to be under someone else? Swoosh! Chun Tinkong took the lead and attacked Yi Shiwen with his sword. Yi Shiwen, let us give you a hand. At this time, Ao Yen and monk Hui Zhen jointly released a formation. It was the Yin and Yang formation. It was a very powerful formation, but it was widely spread. However, many people had different levels of formation. Obviously, the Yin and Yang formation that the two of them had released was a very advanced formation. You are courting death! Chun Tinkong shouted coldly, and the sword light fell on the spot. Bang! With a loud sound, the sword seal fiercely smashed on the Yin and Yang formation, forming a violent ripple. A huge light, wrapped with endless energy, instantly exploded on the spot. Puff! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the two of them were considered invincible among the immortal levels, they were facing Chun Tinkong, who was almost a hero among the immortal levels. There was a whole realm difference between them, so how could they resist? The Yin and Yang formation also shook violently, but it did not break in the end. The two of them were only at the peak of the immortal level, but they managed to resist Chun Tinkong's attack with the Yin and Yang formation. The formation was indeed very advanced. Unfortunately, Ao Yen and monk Hui Zhen's skills were much weaker than Chun Tinkong's. Immovable mountain. Monk Hui Zhen shouted and increased the input of his magic power, stabilizing the Yin and Yang formation. On the other side, Yi Shukong and Qin Shuang could not help but step forward and say, "Let us help you." The four of them worked together and finally completely stabilized the Yin and Yang formation. Everyone looked at the four of them with some fear in their eyes. The four of them were not ordinary people. It was just that they had not cultivated for a long time. If they were given some time, they would definitely become one of them in the future. The foundation of a martial arts sect was indeed terrifying. It was not easy to have so many outstanding talents among the younger generation. Damn it! Seeing that his attack was finally blocked, Chun Tinkong's face turned pale. He had been unlucky recently. First, he was taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen. Now he could not even teach the younger generation a lesson. He was furious. Get out of here, or else. Don't blame me for being rude. Yi Shiwen waved his hand, and the Tianyuan mirror flew out of his body. It shrouded everyone, including Qinlai, who was in the midst of subduing the Sway Fire Essence. Only then he could fight with all his might. Damn it, these people are so annoying. Wind Spirit shouted and spat out a mouthful of origin energy. It instantly turned into a terrifying storm giant. It was his special physique. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. He made the first move and instantly rushed to the front of Wind Spirit. He blasted out a punch and directly transformed into a world, suppressing all directions and destroying all eternity. Everyone could see that the power of the mortal world leaked out from that world and was born in circles, shattering the sky. Wind Spirit was instantly shocked. All the pores on his body were tightly shut. He felt as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. You want to kill me? Yi Shiwen, go to hell! Wind Spirit's body suddenly erupted with an amazing power. A long blade, condensed from the law of wind, appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed down, intending to confront Yi Shiwen head-on. This was his method. He was the spirit of the wind. The law weapon condensed by him was much more powerful than any divine tool. Boom! The wind blade fiercely slashed into that world, shattering the civilization that had just been born in that world. However, more of the world's power passed through the wind blade and directly suppressed Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit retreated again and again. His body was about to explode. Blood spurted out. The power of Yi Shiwen's punch was too terrifying. Wind Spirit roared unwillingly, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen's world suppressed him too quickly and directly blasted him away. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. He clearly saw that Yi Shiwen had integrated with the fist incarnation. His strength had suddenly increased a lot. No wonder even he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent. So strong. This Yi Shiwen is so terrifying. He is much more terrifying than the rumors. Originally, it was rumored that he could fight against 3 peerless figures. I only thought it was a rumor. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, it is indeed true. He is even more terrifying and powerful than the rumors. Jinyuan Lei Yi, Serpent Wing, and the others saw this scene and immediately understood how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. At this time, they did not care about their pride and so on. All of them joined forces and burst out the strongest attack towards Yi Shiwen. Any one of these people was a peerless character. They usually acted alone. Most of them were hostile to each other when they met each other. They had never joined hands. But now, they had joined hands to deal with Yi Shiwen. In an instant, the world collapsed and chaos overflowed. In an instant, the laws were rearranged and turned into weapons that blasted towards Yi Shiwen. You want to defeat me with these? Impossible. Yi Shiwen fused with another Saber Dao incarnation, and the strength of his body erupted once again. A long saber condensed from the laws appeared in his hand. It was the flaming saber. The flames were all Nanmingli fire, and it was extremely terrifying. Yi Shiwen's Dao was equivalent to upgrading several martial Dao at the same time. It was very difficult to upgrade. Compared to ordinary geniuses, it was more difficult. But once it was truly mastered, it would be difficult to meet a match in the same level. This could be said to have its advantages and disadvantages. The long saber in his hand directly slashed down, facing the attacks of the various experts. Rumble! A series of fierce collisions occurred. The saber light and the torrent collided. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! There was a loud roar. The saber light cut everything and shattered everything. The saber light did not lose its momentum and slashed towards these people. The first to bear the brunt was that serpent wing. Chapter 2456. The blazing saber swept across the area with a Nanmingli fire, burning everything in its path. No one could stop it. Bang! Winged serpent didn't manage to block it and was sent flying away. He was almost cut in half by the blazing saber. Yi Shiwen's blazing saber contained a terrifying saber intent that could cut the world in half. No one dared to step forward anymore. They stared at Yi Shiwen cautiously. Although they knew that Yi Shiwen's martial arts incarnation couldn't be maintained for long, it was still shocking enough. They didn't want to fight with Yi Shiwen here. Both sides would be injured, and they wouldn't know who would benefit from it in the end. Winged Serpent was constantly roaring, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Shiwen's blade was too amazing, it had startled him. At this time, Yi Shiwen's imposing aura was flourishing, and he didn't want to step forward and become someone else's cannon fodder. "You go first," Yi Shiwen said to Qin Lai. Although Qin Lai hadn't completely subdued the fire essence, he had already gained some control over it. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Any one of these fire essences could inflict serious damage on them. They didn't have Yi Shiwen's strength, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief when Qin Lai and the others left. They probably couldn't catch up to him. However, not long after Qin Lai left, a true change occurred. A heavenly fire fruit that was still being fought over suddenly tore through the sky and grabbed at the heavenly fire fruit. Everyone was stunned. There was another fire essence. "Sway fire spirit. There's another sway fire spirit." Everyone was stunned. None of them had ever thought that there would be another sway fire essence. In other words, there were always two or more sway fire essences in the sway wood. Because the fire essences all looked the same, they couldn't tell the difference between them. Moreover, the heavenly fire fruit only matured once every 10,000 years. Every group of people was different, so how could they know that there were other fire essences? This was the first time, or rather, it was completely different from the information they had gathered. Everyone was shocked and excited at the same time. The previous Suo fire essence had already been captured by Qin Lai, and with Yi Shiwen keeping an eye on them, they shouldn't have any more chances. However, this Suo fire essence was different. Without the help of others, how could Yi Shiwen possibly snatch another Suo fire essence from them? If that was the case, the uncle could tolerate it, but the aunt couldn't. "You want to leave?" Lei Yi was the first to react. He had been recovering on the side. He had been severely injured by Yi Shiwen just now. Now he had almost recovered to a certain extent. Endless lightning bolts rumbled in the sky, turning into a lightning dragon that pierced through the void and revealed the sway fire essence. Then the lightning dragon coiled around the Suo fire essence, trying to capture it first. Such a huge sway fire essence. Yi Shiwen was a little surprised. It was bigger than he had imagined. If the sway fire essence that Qin Lai had captured was as tall as a human, then this sway fire essence was as big as a small hill. It was as big as a normal person who had released his Dharma world. How long had this Suo fire essence lived? It was hard to imagine how many heavenly fire fruits it had snatched, and it might even have devoured some Suo fire essence. This Suo fire essence was showing signs of turning into wood, and it seemed like it was about to turn into a Suo wood. Compared to this one, the previous fire essence was like a child in the presence of an adult. Roar! The Suo fire essence roared, and the flames on its body burned fiercely, burning the lightning dragon into ashes. Clearly, this Suo fire essence was much stronger than the previous one. "Don't go! Stay here. I'm going to be rich." Ha ha ha. Many of the Suo fire essences instantly forgot about the unpleasantness from before. That little Suo fire essence was nothing compared to this Suo fire essence in front of them. However, this Suo fire essence was obviously much stronger, and the attacks from these Suo fire essences could do nothing to it. In just a few moments, it had rushed into the Suo wood, and before it left, it even sneered at the crowd in a mocking manner. "You want to leave? Where do you think you're going?" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He took a step forward and rushed inside. "Is he crazy?" Everyone was stunned. They stared at Yi Shiwen, who had rushed into the Suo wood, and they felt like their heads were about to explode. Why did it feel like there was something wrong with his head? Everyone knew that the Suo wood was the guardian tree of the human race, and everyone knew how terrifyingly hot it was. Even the gods couldn't survive in the Suo wood, unless they were conferred monarch-level experts. It was said that there were many monarch and imperial emperors among the human race who had attained Tao under the Su'a wood, and the Su'a sovereign even achieved Tao under the Su'a wood. Even the creatures born in the Su'a wood realm didn't dare to come close to the Su'a wood. Only the Su'a fire essences that were born from the Su'a wood dared to live on it. Therefore, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the Su'a fire essence rushing into the Su'a wood. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Yi Shiwen to death. The crowd looked at each other and quickly dispersed. The ripening of the heavenly fire fruits meant that the Su'a wood realm was going to close soon. If they didn't leave now, it would be 10,000 years later before they could leave again. Soon, the heavenly fire fruits were divided among the remaining people. Soon, everyone left the place. Although there were still people who wanted to see what would happen to Yi Shiwen, they all quickened their steps when they heard Yi Shiwen screams. This madman had gone mad. But if they turned around and took a look, they would be completely stunned. That was because Yi Shiwen was screaming incessantly and had turned into a burning man. However, he was still alive and kicking. Yi Shiwen formed an armor with the power of thunder, but it was quickly burned away by the flames of the Su'a wood. Even though the flames didn't penetrate his armor, the high temperature was enough to roast him. Every minute, there were cells that were roasted to death, but the Phoenix regeneration art was able to regenerate more cells. But even so, he couldn't last more than a quarter of an hour. At most, he would only last for a quarter of an hour before his arcane energy would be exhausted and he would be burned to death. Under such a terrifying consumption of arcane energy, even the Phoenix regeneration art wouldn't be able to help him. Enduring the pain, he strode forward and chased after the Sway fire essence. Take him down! He could feel that all the muscles in his body were being torn apart. It was a terrifying consumption of arcane energy. The Su'a fire essence was enraged when it saw Yi Shiwen daring to chase after it. There were so many people chasing after it. It was fine if it ran away, but there were still people who dared to chase after it. The Su'a fire essence immediately turned around and spat out endless flames towards Yi Shiwen, wanting to burn him to death. Yi Shiwen didn't seem to be able to escape. He was completely submerged by the torrent of flames. Roar! The Su'a fire essence showed a ferocious smile on its face and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It wanted to swallow this damn guy who dared to challenge its dignity. Suddenly, a sword chi soared into the sky. It had boundless power and an atmosphere that dominated everything. The sword chi rushed out of the flames and pierced through the Su'a fire essence. This sword chi was so terrifying that it instantly exploded half of the Su'a fire essence's body and severely injured it. The Su'a fire essence had a horrifying expression on its face. It turned around and was about to run away, but Yi Shiwen had already rushed out of the flames and shouted, "You want to leave?" "No way." He used Tianyuan mirror and shot out a mass of blood-red light. The blood-red light turned into a chain and grabbed the Su'a fire essence into Tianyuan mirror. Rumble! Just when Yi Shiwen used Tianyuan mirror, the Su'a wood essence that was lying dormant suddenly began to shake as if it was awakening. Shit! Yi Shiwen cursed in his heart. The Su'a wood essence was the divine tree that protected the human race, but the Tianyuan mirror in his hand was a demonic weapon, the Devil King's weapon. Could it have alerted the Su'a wood essence? With this thought in mind, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to stay any longer. He took a big stride forward and spread out the light wings on his back. In just a few moments, he was already out of the range of the Su'a wood essence. Huh? What's going on? Why did Master Su'a would wake up? In the Sway Emperor City, an old man wearing animal skin suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the Su'a wood essence. Could it be that someone from another race has broken into the city? Forget it. If that's the case, then he's just unlucky for not knowing how terrifying Master Su'a wood is. After that, he closed his eyes again and stopped moving. No one knew how long he had been in this position. It could be 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. Damn, I almost got into big trouble. In the end, Yi Shiwen managed to escape from the Suewood Essence a little earlier than the Suewood Essence, but he was still in a state of shock. It was not because of the risk of getting close to the Suowood Essence, but because the Tianyuan mirror seemed to have triggered the awakening of the Suowood Essence. It was said that this divine tree had been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years. The last time it woke up was when the great Qin Emperor came to visit in person. It could be said that it had a very long history. Others might not know, but Yi Shiwen knew very well about the relationship between the Tianyuan mirror and the demon race. Fortunately, he escaped in time, or else something bad would have happened to him. He returned to the Sui Emperor city and found Qin Lai and the others according to the prearranged secret code. However, they were not in good condition. After they escaped, although it looked like they were being watched by Yi Shiwen, in reality, there were still a few of them who sent out their incarnations to chase after them. They fought a bloody battle all the way back to the Sui sovereign city, and only then did they give up on chasing after them.